Welcome to day 2 of the 22nd annual Klingspor's Woodworking Shop, Woodworking Extravaganza, live from Hickory, North Carolina. I'm Mike Z.
I am Chris, and I am live on location at the show. Man, what a busy turnout today already.
Well, tell us about our schedule, Chris. What you got today?
Oh, man, we got quite a few things going. This morning we're going to have, I believe it's going to be Eric Roten from Make a Wood Sign is going to be joining us here in just a few minutes. Michelle Parsons will join us around the 9:30 block, and she's going to be talking about her upcoming classes today. She's got quite a few going. One of them is going to be Burning Eyes, but then there's other classes she'll be talking about as well. And so that's going to be cool. If you're into pyrography, you definitely want to come in time to catch all of those. Later on, around 9:45, we're going to have Hank Merkel with NC Woodworker coming in. He'll talk to us a little bit about the club and kind of what they do and how they got started. So got a good bit of things this morning. Started already, and it's going to be a fun day. And, of course, we're going to try to catch some of the live demonstrations later today. We'll have some more people in here this afternoon, and just going to be a fun time.
Very good. What kind of live demonstrations we got today? We got Morris Schlesinger. Is that right?
We're going to try to get a little better shot of Morris Schlesinger turning Christmas tree ornaments sometime later around noon. Okay. And we've got there's a carving competition going on today. And I was trying to get one of the judges to come in here at 9 o'clock to join us early on, but that's when the judging starts. So sometime around that 11 o'clock hour, we're going to try to scurry over and go mobile with this thing and get you a good bird's eye view, pun intended, of the bird carving competition that's going on. So there's a lot going on, and if everything goes as planned, it'll all work. So, but no, it'll be a fun day. A lot of stuff going on, kind of exciting. And so this booth here is going to be very in and out for the first hour with a lot of different guests. And I've been working hard trying to recruit people, but it's amazing how nobody wants to be in front of a camera for some reason. How did I end up getting this job? Anyway, going to be a great day, I think. And there was quite the buzz yesterday. Had a cool little makers party last night. A lot of fun people were there, and got to interact with some really cool content creators and makers. And, it's a lot of fun getting to see all the people come together. And I'll tell you, we talked to a lot of people who were very excited about the kids being able to do some painting and carving and soap carving and stuff next door. That was a huge deal. There was some young people who were on scroll saws, and I think we caught one or two of them yesterday in a mobile event. That the buzz is a lot about the young people who were here. We had 2 schools that came and visited, brought a lot of their students with them. And so that was pretty popular, getting to talk to some of the teachers behind the scenes, and just a lot going on. So we're just excited to see not just the older generation and not just men coming out to the show. This is a show for all ages, men, women, children. It doesn't matter. If you're not interested in woodcraft, well, the woodcrafting is here, and it's easy to get into it. And there's a lot of options from hand carving, scrolling, turning. Anything you can imagine in the woodworking world, there's a lot of options there to do. And I'll tell you, here at the show, this is where you want to come to get involved with it.
Very good. So today we are going to be making a trip over to the craft fair, the quilting fair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we will be going to the quilting fair later today. And matter of fact, I was talking to Jerry Meesemer earlier, and he was saying that he brought his granddaughter with him. And he was showing her around some of the hands-on stuff next door. And then out of nowhere, during one of his demonstrations, she came up missing, and they knew where to go find her. She was getting busy over there with the hands-on stuff, learning how to do some of the carving and painting and scrolling and stuff. So it was a lot of fun for her. And we've had the same response from a lot of other parents and grandparents who brought their children and grandchildren with them to the show.
That they're losing their kids?
That their kids are finding interest and willing to go get their hands dirty and get their hands on with the different woodworking options that are available for them. And to me, that gets me excited because, typically you think of woodworking, it's an older gentleman's craft. Well, that's changing a lot, and I'm excited to see that. So,
absolutely agree.
But how we doing on the virtual side, Mike? Have we had any questions or comments that maybe we haven't been able to address?
Gary Jones has joined us early this morning.
Well, he's up early.
Yeah, he is. He's a West Coaster.
And we wish him a speedy recovery for sure.
But yeah, as far as virtual goes, you guys have been covering it so well that there hasn't been a lot of questions.
Okay. Good. Well,
But if you have any, let us know.
Yeah. And there'll be times later today when we do go mobile and we start going over and looking at the carving competition. Certainly we want to hear your feedback, any questions you have, any thoughts. And if we can find people who've actually got stuff entered in, we're going to try to work that out where we can be involved with the announcing of the winners and find out who some of those are. We'll do our best to get in on that, but our schedule's a little wackadoodle. But it's tough to get a hold of some of those people because they're all busy. But we're going to do our best to try to get some behind-the-scenes stuff on that for sure.
All right. So let's see. I'm just looking at, at 10 o'clock today, you've got a CNC demo. So you won't be filming that though, right?
No, so far the CNC demos have been less about demonstration and more about Q&A. And so it's been different. So haven't really had a chance to film those because it hasn't been a standard demo like we had planned on making it. But there's other demonstrations going on from Learn Your CNC, Shaper Origins in the booth. They're doing a lot of hands-on stuff all day long. Phantom, of course, is doing demonstrations and stuff all day long. The Make-A-Wood sign guys, they're in the booth, not only just talking about how to make a sign by hand, but actually showing you how to do it. So there's a lot of CNC or hand demonstrations going on all day long without a set schedule. So I feel like that works out pretty good for us. If you're interested, you don't have to worry about, well, what time is this demo or that demo? Just come on in, man. There's so much stuff going on. You can be busy all day long. If you're local, even if you're not local, just drive on in. It'll be worth your time. Come check it out because it'll cost you nothing to park, nothing to get in the door. You got free Apple snacks all day long. And, well, a lot of stuff to see and a lot of stuff to do.
Absolutely. I was just looking at the schedule now. So if you come and you want to see the hot dog trick from Sawstop, today would be 10 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and 3 o'clock. Kevin Bedgood and Daryl Jones in the Sorby booth are 9 and 1 p.m. Both of those are covering the Steady Pro and spiraling texturing tools.
Yep.
Jerry Meismer will be turning a cowboy hat at 10 o'clock this morning till noon.
Yeah, and he was in here early getting the blank prepped. So I know he's fired up and ready. And if you've never watched a live demonstration from Jerry, it's worth coming in just for that.
Gotcha. Here's a good question for you. Are there any show specials that are available online?
There might be one or two, but there's a lot of show specials. Yesterday, we showcased that Bosch Random Orbit. That one went out the door quick. I'm not sure if we've got any of those left.
Gotcha. So I shouldn't be expecting one in the media booth? Just kidding. I see how it is.
I should have snagged it up while we were live yesterday. Yeah. I should have snagged it while we were live. Let's see. I can't see it from here. There's too many people. I'll meander my way around, though.
Okay. Let's see. Just taking a look.
It's hard to carry a sander while you're doing everything else live.
Excuses.
Should have went back. But no, we've had such a good turnout yesterday, and we've already had a lot of good feedback this morning from the vendors. A lot of the demonstrators have had a great time, and hopefully some of the makers had a good time last night. If you watched yesterday, we got to hang out with Sterling Davis in the booth a little bit. Got to hang out with Artisan Pirate, and so that was some fun stuff. Had a lot of makers sign the banner, which was really cool, and can't wait to get that back put up in our room. And have a nice little commemorative banner showcasing all the different makers and artists that have come through and slapped their signature on the board there. So if you happen to be by and you're hearing this, definitely come sign the banner. That's going to be something fun for us, and we're looking forward to that. A little bit of a memorabilia for us after 22 years of doing the show. A lot of noise going on. Ralph Bagnell, I can see him from here. He's over there showcasing the gripper. Yeah.
Very good.
I was over with Learn Your CNC this morning. He was helping him install a camera using the microjig match fit system. So the cameras that we were hoping to use for ours couldn't be used for what we wanted them to be used for, but at least the microjig match fit brackets that I made certainly could be used by someone else.
You could use them for something else in the studio. So what's coming up this fall and winter with the Abrasive and Proud of It live series? What you got? What do you think's happening?
Well, we're obviously we're going to continue the Turning Thursday throughout the time. We do hope that after this show we can get more in with Michelle Parsons, and we'll talk a little bit more with her this afternoon about that. Get some more burning things. We'd love to work with Charlie and get some marquetry stuff. I think we've been talking to a few people to try to get a couple of scroll saw demonstrations and classes going on with the Abrasive and Proud of It series. And of course, CNC. I've got a few things lined up for that, and we're going to try to do some projects using the CNC and show how you can use the CNC to make just basic projects and signs, as well as a few little trinkets for our showroom or demo room that we've got. So between that and the normal technical, which we've got some products we're hoping to come down the line soon. We'll definitely be doing some technical stuff on and showcase and spotlights. So we got a few things. I don't want to give it all away because it's like everything else. It's an evolving thing. As it evolves, we take advantage of it and see how we can utilize it best to help you learn about the different products that are available to help you in your shop. And of course, we take viewer requests. So if there's a product that you'd like to see a spotlight that maybe you'd like to know more about, definitely let us know, because that's one way that we can help you learn is if it's something we know you're interested in. We can certainly spotlight it, give you a little more technical background, ways it can be used. And just like me personally with the microjig system, I use it for so many different ways that hopefully it inspires others to want to use it in those ways too. We do plan on having some of the microjig products in our media room, so I'll be doing some more spotlight on those for sure. I know the blade cleaning kit, we'll be doing something on that. Certainly we'll be doing some things on the microjig match fit system and the gripper, as well as the new zero play guide bar. I do plan on doing some things with that as well. So a lot of things on tap. It's just a matter of getting the time to get it done.
There you go. And it looks like Eric and his son Ryan will be doing a maker meetup at the store tomorrow in Hickory at 2 p.m.
Yep.
So if you're in the area, stop by and say hello.
Yeah, we were definitely going to talk to him a little more about that because that was sort of spur of the moment, last minute option. And he's enjoyed coming over here from Arizona so much that he said, well, he's here for another day or two, and may as well take advantage of it. And he's had so many people come by who are already followers from Dave Signs or Make a Wood Sign. And I love the whole family dynamic. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that with Eric when he comes in, is, kind of how that all got started, because it's just so fascinating to see that it's now a generational thing. And it's just, they do so well. And with the modern technology and everybody going to CNC and things like that, it's really good to see that the handheld craft is still very active. And we were talking to him this morning even about ways that we could help him do his job better. And I introduced him to something he'd never seen, which is the sanding star. So I showed him how that worked and kind of gave him some tips on that. So I think he's going to be integrating the sanding star into a lot of his future products now that he sees kind of how that works.
Very good. Yeah, the whole family story behind that, there's so much more to unravel than what they've even told us. I can already tell because his dad made all those signs. Dave did. He made all these signs for movie stars, country western singers, and had a lot of them sign them. And they're actually hanging up. So there's these signs that you may have seen throughout the years behind these people, and that was actually made by his dad. So it's really cool.
Yeah, and it's a cool evolution. I had a chance to talk with him at length yesterday, and the other night we had dinner. And man, he's just such a cool guy. Him and Ryan both. It's just hearing how the thing got started and what it encourages them to continue it in the midst of, you know, everybody being more technological, there's still so many people who just they're uncomfortable with computers and find that the hand routing, you can still do it by hand, just to, in most cases just as good as you can on a CNC, and in some cases better. You get that sort of custom touch applied, and it just makes it just that much more better.
Yes, agreed. Much more in touch with what you're carving.
And of course they've evolved, and they've got a lot of stuff. And you know, just looking around the show here, it's just, I like where our booth is because I can see a lot of the different things going on. The Turning Learning Center is quite active already. Micro Jig, he's already got a few people gathered around him. The folks at Arbortech's got a little crowd, and you know, so, and Kreg, man, that whole Kreg aisle with Kreg and Bessey and Rikon, they stay busy. So if you're at the show, you come right down that road, you can see Rikon is there. GREX has been very active. Every time I've gone by there, they've just had a crowd looking at their airbrush system. And then that aisle's been very busy. And then the aisle right behind it, where the Fuji and the CNC stuff is, they've been nonstop. So Phantom's always got a crowd. Learn Your CNC, the Make a Wood sign with Dave and Amana. Those guys, that whole section's just been flooded with people.
Yeah, I could see that being a very busy area. Were you able to get Tom Monahan on?
Every time I've gone by there, he has either been busy or busy with a customer, or he was out of the booth, and so it's been tough to try to catch him. But I'd love to get him over here, and I'm going to try to shoot during one of our breaks to try to recruit him to come in this afternoon and chat with us for a little bit.
Yeah, just showing a map here now. So if you come to the show, these are all the things, the places where you can go. If you see the apples on there, those are actual locations where apples would be, to where you can stop and pick one up for free and eat it on your way.
Yep. And there's been a lot of that. So it'll be that whole an apple a day, keep the doctor away. There's been quite a few people who's going to keep the doctor away for quite a while. Definitely eat more than one. But it's been a huge show. I tell you what, it's been a nice turnout, and the clubs have loved the interaction with the people. I haven't talked to one club member who's been disappointed with just being able to talk to the folks. And I'm going to try to reach back out to the Western Piedmont Community College to try to get them in here. Again, every time I've gone to try to book and discuss, you know, coming in and talking with us with a lot of these folks, it's just every booth's been busy, and you know, just trying to give them their space and let them do their thing and talk to people has been kind of important, because that's, you know, that's what they're here for. They're here to interact and talk with folks. But hopefully we can get some of these and get a little more behind the scenes, let you learn a little bit more about the different people who are here, and the different vendors and the clubs and schools, and you know, because that's what this is all about. It's all about the education, and we want this virtual to be just as much as possible to where you can see just as much as the people who actually come live. But it's never going to be as good as coming to the show.
We'll get it as close as possible.
Yeah, we work hard. Maybe get better each year. Hopefully, you give us some tips and things you'd like to see. We'll certainly make note and get those added next year, and keep trying to make this thing as good as we can for those who can't make the trip. I don't know where we are on time. I need to maybe go recruit Dave and have him, or Eric.
9:20 at the moment.
Oh, so he's late. They're
over there posting stories about maker meetups.
I'm going to recruit one of our workers to go remind him of his 9:15.
Can you go over to Make a Wood sign, which is just around that corner on Fuji, and say, hey, you have a 9:15 at the media booth?
Yeah. It's the guys doing the hand routing.
So that's how they did Charlie Brown's mom's voice. Now I see it.
Did that work out pretty well?
Here, I always thought it was a trumpet.
Well, I should have muted myself, but where's the fun in that?
Yeah, no, that was much more fun.
Yeah. And we can give him a hard time about it. He's such a nice guy.
Let's see, I can, if need be, we'll...
This is why we need an assistant to remind people of their scheduled allotted times. So, but a lot of fun here at the show for sure. Just getting to see all the people come by. I've had 3 try to stop and ask me a question while we're live.
That happens. Answer them.
Yeah.
Tell them they have to do it on camera, though, if they're going to ask a question.
Yeah. Here he comes. He's all dusty and dirty.
9:30 or 9:15?
9:15.
He still got jet lag.
Yeah. Well, he's still on mountain time.
Well, look at that. Professional and everything. Where are we looking?
So you can look there or you can look at me.
I'm sorry,
It's okay.
guys. Jeez.
Hey, we're woodworkers here. It's all about being dusty.
Well, I just went over there and just threw a bunch of stuff on it. I just went over there and I wanted to look the part. So
I know better.
yeah.
So for those who don't know who this gentleman is, this is Eric Roden with
Where do I
Making
look?
Website. You can look there. Hang on. I'll make it easy for you. Now you'll know which one to look at. Look at that one. See? We got so many cameras to look at.
I still don't see anything.
If you look here, you can see yourself in that camera right there.
Ah, right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you can look the people
So
right
who
in
are we
the eye.
talking to?
Huh?
Who are we talking to?
Everybody in the world. Anybody
See,
on
I
Facebook,
like that.
YouTube, and other places that are listening to us.
Well, good morning, everyone.
So this is Eric Roten from Maplewood Sign. This is third generation sign making business
Yeah.
by hand, started by your dad, Dave.
Yep.
Years and years
Absolutely.
ago. How long ago did that start?
1970.
Time or two.
Yeah, Dad started the business when I was 10, and me and my brother went door to door selling signs, freehand routed signs, and it kind of just grew from there. And we ended up with a YouTube channel years later, and now it's kind of cool. We teach people. We still make signs, but we do it more in a tutorial situation where we teach people, and we're just having fun. And now my son has kind of come on. My dad's back at the shop working right now while me and my son are out here goofing around. And Vicky, my wife, and my grandson are kind of holding down the fort while we're out here. So we're having fun.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, we've enjoyed getting to kind of hang out and talk a little bit. And, I know you guys make a lot of your own jigs and bases for the routers too.
Yeah. And so what we've kind of evolved over the years, back in the old days, my dad came from a machinist background where he would make his own router bits to use that we needed. And then the technology kind of caught up later on. And so then we actually were able to buy the router bits that would work for us. Still kind of specialized, but Amana bits worked perfect for us. We've designed some, so we have specific bits that work just for us. So we have that, and then we have a whole series of products on our website that kind of help to learn the freehand sign carving.
Nice. And between the, I believe if I'm not mistaken, you guys started out with a VHS training tape, and that morphed into what's now all of your YouTube videos.
Yeah. Back in the 90s, Dad came up with the idea of making a tape to teach people how to do it. And it just kind of took off from there. So I held the camera and Dad was in front of the camera. And we ended up with like a 4-hour VHS. And again, VHS. And then it went to DVD after that. And now it's just, we've got almost 1,900 YouTube videos. And we put out 3 videos every week. And so, it's been kind of cool.
Well, and if you haven't seen some of the older episodes, a lot of that started it took place at your kitchen table.
Yeah.
And so that's, I think, is what made a lot of people become huge fans, because it made them feel like inviting them into your home.
You know, it early on, if you go watch their early videos, it's pretty atrocious. Dad and I were like deer in the headlights, but pretty early we started getting feedback, and it's like, well, these people, it's just like talking to your cousin. You know, it's just like a big family. We've actually ended up with a community of people, and it's woodworkers. I don't know, it's just something about woodworking, and the people that kind of find us. It's just like a big family. We just had a kind of a family reunion of people that came to our place out in Arizona, and we ain't fancy by any stretch of the imagination. If you're looking for fancy, we ain't the people you're looking for. That is for sure. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. We have a very small niche. Freehand sign carving within the woodworking community is a very small niche, but we've got a great group of people that follow us, and we're just having fun.
Well, and I understand that you've had quite a few people who are local, who came to the show, who were big fans. And because of that, you've decided to do something special tomorrow. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, we actually decided that we're going to do a meetup over at the store. In fact, we just announced it on Instagram. We're going to do a meetup for people that kind of know that are going to in the area, locals, over at the store at 2 p.m. on Sunday. And we're going to be giving away one of our signs. Honestly, it's kind of it's a piece of maple. I should have brought it over with me, but check out the Instagram. You'll see it on there. But it's something else I don't have to pack and fly back to Arizona. So, and it's pretty cool piece. So, yeah, so we'll be maybe doing a little bit of a demo, that kind of thing. So, yeah, we're looking forward to meeting some people over there, maybe spending a little bit more one-on-one time, because it's kind of hectic here, kind of crazy.
Well, welcome to the show.
Thank you,
for
sir.
sure.
Yeah,
and this is your first time at our show, and we hopefully won't be the last. And we've got plans to maybe integrate more of your products into our offerings, and this could be more of a partnership long term. So
I hope so, man. I've been fans of Klingspor products and the stores for a long time, but I've never stepped a foot, meaning in Arizona, never stepped foot in the store. So I'm looking forward to just going in the store and looking around and seeing everything that you guys got. So yeah, we are super impressed with the store. With you guys, your customer service is bar none the best we've ever dealt with, and so that's our kind of people. And we just hit it off right away. And you and Mike and you having me on the podcast, and I just knew that hopefully that we could do something long term and partner up and do some great things. So we're excited.
Well, I know your son nominated you to come on into this side of the booth, even though he acknowledges that he's the face of the company now.
Yeah, he's the good-looking one.
Yeah, so,
he's the sex appeal. Yeah.
Well, but sometimes it's better to have the knowledge and the wisdom, right? Yeah. But no, that's why I'm here. I'm certainly not the good-looking one of the bunch. But
we sent me to make you look that much better. If we'd sent Ryan, it would have. Yeah, Ryan's the pretty one.
I need all the help I can get.
You're welcome.
But Eric, we certainly appreciate you swinging by our little booth here. We do wish you well at the rest of the show, and hopefully we can do a little something tomorrow. I'm going to try to see if I can't make it over there, and maybe we can just see what you're doing during your little makeout session. That's certainly not what I wanted to say.
Yeah, that's a
out of the blue
show.
made-up session that we're going to just do at the store where we make our meetup.
I appreciate everything.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, man. I love it. So
we appreciate you coming by
and see what we're doing. Yeah, we'd love to have you. We're going to be doing a lot together.
Sounds good.
All right, brother.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, buddy.
Have a great show.
All right.
Eric out. And so next up, we have Michelle Parsons waiting in the limelight. She is going to come on in. She's even brought a few pieces with her. That's it right there. And you guys probably remember Michelle. Hold that for me.
Hi, Chris.
Michelle Parsons, Miss Woodburner herself. What is it? The Burning Post.
Burning Post.
So the Pyrography corner, the Wednesday thing that we've been doing.
And the Pyrography store at Klingspor.
Yep. So she's got her hands in a lot of things here, and certainly today is going to be a busy day for you. You got a few classes lined up, right?
Yeah. I have demos.
Demonstrations.
Yeah, we're going to demonstrate burning eyes, burning fur, and burning a bird. And not physically burning a bird.
Yeah.
We're just
wood burning.
Wood burning a bird.
So if you're interested in pyrography and you want to learn a little more, you certainly want to come check out these demonstrations that she's going to be putting on. I'm sure you'll have a lot of good tips that everybody's going to need to know if you're into pyrography at all, or you just want to learn a little more about it. It's a good place to come, right?
Yeah. Yep. And I brought a couple of examples.
Okay, show us a few pieces here. I'll put you highlighted.
All right, this is, which way am I looking here? Okay, this is a wolf that I was burning, and this was done with 2 passes instead of the normal 6 that is usually taught. And I can show people how to do that with the fur. And then this one is a work in progress. And
I like that.
this is Paul de Rosier, and a friend of mine. He does Revolutionary War reenactments. And so this is actually, I'm working on this one, on the beard and everything.
I like that. There's a lot of detail in that.
Yeah.
Very beautiful. So definitely, if you are local, you're going to want to come check this out. Come to the show. She's going to have all these demonstrations going on both days, and keep a lookout for the different, the burning post, the woodworking, where we've got everything set up for different videos she's doing. A lot of the products that she's designed herself are on her website. You want to go check that out in the Pyrography section, and come to the show and ask her some questions. She'll be happy to help you.
And definitely go to the website, Klingspor's,
woodworkingshop.com
/pyrography. Okay, there you
that's
go.
a good thing we've got Mike in the background being able to swipe that up really quick.
Okay. And sign up for the newsletter, the Burning Post, and you'll get all kinds of tips. And also, we're starting a pyrography club.
Okay.
So it's a local club, but you can join it from wherever you are. And so keep in line with that. We'll put it in the Burning Post.
Nice. So here we have Michelle Parsons. Thank you for giving us time. We don't want to take too much more of it because I know you're prepping for a class or demonstration. So we appreciate you swinging in. Folks, come check it out, and she'll help you learn how to burn better. Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. Learn to burn. Feel the burn with Michelle Parsons.
Well, if you want to take a moment, don't have another interview set up, I can actually show a video I have lined up of Michelle Parsons.
Yeah, we're clear till I think Hank's going to show up about 9:45.
Yeah, that should be about that time. So if you just signal me and let me know when you're ready, I can stop it at any time.
Okay.
Michelle Parsons, and I'm here today at Klingspor's Woodworking Shop and the Pyrography store, and we're going to discuss the portable rotating easel. One of the benefits of this portable easel is that it rotates very quickly, so that when you're burning, you rotate your work so that, for instance, if you're on the head and you're wanting to burn the fur coming off the head here, you don't want the thicker part, which is where your burn starts, to be on the background out here. So you don't want to go in this direction. You want to turn it around and go in this direction. So this turntable gives you the ability to do fast turning as you're working and change your angles. When you're working on something and you are working with a skew and you want to go around a curve like this, if you turn the easel, it can assist you getting around that curve with the skew. So you don't have to pick it up like you normally would have to break and then pick it up and turn it and then start again. If you learn to rotate the easel while you're burning, then you can go right around that curve and you can make this very quick. Another benefit, when I pull this up at an angle, the smoke when I'm burning is going to rise straight up and not into my face. So it'll continue straight up here. Whereas if I had it flat, the tendency is to bend over and the smoke goes in your face. So this easel assists with keeping the fumes out of your face. But if you're working on a very large piece, it assists you into working at the very top of the picture so that you can burn up here. And the other, like if you had a 3.5 foot piece, the other choice would be is to lay it straight on the table, and you would have to bend over or stand up and bend all the way over to reach the top, which puts a lot of strain on your back. So this easel can assist you with burning at the top of the image while you're working. This easel has a turntable top that's got a Lazy Susan, and it's got a stop wedge which you can put in like this, and it stops it from turning. If you just jam it right in there, then it won't turn. When you're using this, you carry it by the handle here, and I usually reach right around here and put this wedge into the hole. But you can carry it with the handle here, and then lay it down with the handle towards your face, towards where you're going to be working or sitting. Then if you will lay your hand on the base and reach over and pull the turntable top up and reach under and lower this adjustment lever, you've got 6 different grooves positioning in. So it will go at 6 different angles here. And when you're done, just lift it up, fold this in, lay it back down, and then you can reach around and put your wedge in. Another question I get often is, how often do you clean your tips? And I have recently found out that a lot of people don't even clean their tips. And why do you need to? So I'm going to demonstrate here on this piece of pine. And you can see this is why we don't really work a lot on pine, is that it smokes quite a bit. The smoke that it produces. So pine smokes a lot, but it also produces a lot of carbon buildup on your tips. And you can see that better when I switch out to a piece of basswood. What I want you to look for is, see all these little black flakes that are getting in here? I wanted you to see the black, there it comes, the black flakes that are right here. If you leave that on your piece and burn over that, that is carbon buildup, and those little black specks will be fused to your wood. And therefore, you won't be able to get them back off with an eraser. You'll have to scrape them off or use a sandpaper, and sandpaper will usually take some of your burn off. So the best thing to do would be to clean your pens and clean them often. And there's the black flakes again, right there. It's like black dust. Another reason you want to clean your tips is that you want to make sure that your tip, the metal, is touching the wood, and that you don't have a lot of debris like carbon buildup or gunk, say tagua nuts or gourds or debris that would actually get onto the tip. So you want to make sure that you clean that off often. And so I am going to show you a method that I like to use. I've used it for years. I know there's many different methods out in the industry that people espouse to, like tea strainers, but I don't use a tea strainer because I use a very small ball tip, and it would get.
Yeah.
I see them on.
Oh, we weren't quite ready, but hey, Mike, we've got Richard Moore here.
Hey, Mike.
I can't hear you, Mike.
Oh, that's because I was muted. What a genius.
Oh,
All
well,
right.
that would make fully sense why I couldn't hear you. So,
Yeah.
Mike, we thought we were going to have Hank Merkel, but instead we've got Richard Moore here from the ncwoodworker.net.
Yeah.
And so we're going to learn a little more about the club. And what's interesting is this club's been active for quite a few years.
It originated in 2005, and it had a single founder, and then it has grown from there. It incorporated around 2009 and became a 501c nonprofit organization. We're now at 12,000 registered members and growing.
I know these are all North Carolina people, right?
Primarily North Carolina. We have 2 members in Hawaii.
Okay.
They originally were in North Carolina. I've got 2 or 3 members in Illinois, and now we're spread kind of regionally. I've got members in South Carolina.
Okay.
2 of the guys here live in South Carolina. But we also have members in Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia. Got a couple of people who registered from New York State.
Oh.
And I'm trying to get a few more. I'd like to see us grow beyond that. I'm not sure how it's going to affect our name in the long term, but we'll stick with North Carolina Woodworker as long as we can.
Well, as long as it's NC Woodworker, it doesn't matter. NC Woodworker all the way.
Absolutely. And we're just trying to do some different things. We're trying to spread some education, get some get some people excited about woodworking. So we're doing the Mason Bee Habitats was one of our little projects we're doing here today. We're putting on a variety of turning demonstrations and a variety of other demonstrations at the bench. Like Yesterday I demonstrated handsaw sharpening. Today I'll do a little French polishing. I'm not the greatest French polisher, but I know the process.
There you go.
So I like working with shellac. You guys sell at your stores, you sell the shellac flakes. I like making my own versus buying it by the gallon. And I can control the volume, I can control the quality, and the quality material I'm getting is good. So I can appreciate that. And the fact that I live in High Point and you have a store in Winston, it makes it a whole lot easier.
Works out well. Yeah.
But yeah, I enjoy coming out and seeing all the people here. I've been here 4 different years. I built the bench that I bring out every year now 3 years ago. And so this is the 3rd show that I brought the bench out. And everybody seems to enjoy it. I keep adding a few things to my mix, and everybody seems to enjoy seeing what I've built and brought with me. And I just have a really good time with it. Everybody out here has a good time. I had 2 new people come in yesterday, never volunteered before. One of them had never even been on a lathe. Trained him, and he left yesterday evening, and he was really happy. Enjoyed putting smiles on people's faces.
Well, that's what it's about. Get people into woodworking, keep them active. And we did see some of your booth yesterday, and hopefully during our next mobile, we'll go on a meander in the booth a little more.
Sure.
But we don't want to interfere with what you're doing because you guys were busy bees yesterday, literally.
We were
not
really
just with
busy.
your Mason bee thing, but you had a lot of stuff other going on. And there was a lot of people in there.
Turning demonstrations as well as lightsabers. We may be doing some whistles. The whistles are a lot of fun. Nobody seemed to be interested in them yesterday, so we modified a few things, and I think they made some bud vases out of some scrap material. Some of the folks coming in kind of like that, so we may develop another little product that would be good for some of the outreach.
Right. Well, if you're interested in learning more about the club, you go to ncwoodworker.net. Check them out. Very active, and a lot of people on there. They'll chime in if you've got questions about woodworking. Pop your question on there. Of course, you got to join first. Pop your question on there, and there's so many knowledgeable people. You'll get a good response. You'll get a lot of feedback. Any tips and tricks. A lot of people in the club. They love to interact. It's a really good club to be a part of. And so I'm glad it's here in North Carolina, and it's active. It's growing. And I don't mind if you let other states in, but we got to keep the name.
I'll take anybody from anywhere in the country.
Yep.
When it comes to that, it's free to join.
Yep.
Doesn't cost you a thing. You don't get spammed. We don't send out emails. All the communication that we do is right there on the website. So,
very good. So, and the inside of it, it's almost like a forum base, correct?
it's form based. We cover all the subject matter of flat woodworking, hand tool woodworking, CNCs, turning, carving, wood burning. So a wide variety of disciplines in there. Scroll saw work as well.
Yep.
And I like the fact that we cover all the varieties of disciplines.
So no matter what kind of woodworking you're into, NC Woodworkers got you covered. So go check them out, regardless of where you live. They might let you in anyway, but go check them out. You won't be disappointed. And if you're local, definitely go that way. Check them out and enjoy the show. Learn to build something, make something, get your hands dirty, smell some sawdust, scroll saw, lathe, all kinds of stuff's going on over there. And great group of guys and gals. ncwoodworker.net.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate you coming by, Richard.
All right,
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your show.
You too.
I told you I'd try to make it quick and simple for you.
In the openings of the tea
Good.
strainer. So I stay away from tea strainers. I also don't use steel wool because if your tip is a little bit hot, you end up when you're rubbing, getting your tip down through the steel wool. Some people use sandpaper. I definitely don't recommend using sandpaper. And the reason is that these tips are so thin, it doesn't take much sandpaper to reshape them and to actually go through that thin wire. And your pens cost too much these days for you to destroy them. If you want to burn hot and you want to burn and use sandpaper, that's your prerogative. But if you want to save your pen and not have to change them out often, I would suggest using another method. The other things that people use are cleaning with like this V tool. It's got two razor blades in it. This is the older model of the Razertip cleaner. And it actually, you just scrape your blade. You can do that hot or cold, but you just scrape the debris off of it. The only problem is when you have a ball writer or a bent spoon, something that's bent, it's hard to keep it on this flat scraping motion. And you can pop the ball right off of there. So be careful if you're doing that. They have a newer model out that's a lot nicer, but it's not for all pen tips. Another method that people use, and I do recommend this for tips like, this is a feather former. It's got wire wrapped around the tip there. And what that's for is for placing on the board and then dragging it, and you get all the feather barbs at one time. But when you're cleaning that, you need to use a very soft brass brush like this one. And all you do is lightly buff it. And you want to get down in between all those grooves. You can use this brass brush for other tips. And you can lightly do this. But the wires like to get caught in the opening shapes. So it becomes difficult because you keep snagging it sometimes. You can do it, but make sure you brush lightly. Also, a word of warning, do not use the brass brushes they sell at hardware stores to remove rust, because those will actually scratch your tip. It'll scratch the metal. They're too hard. So at Klingspor, we sell this one that's got a lot of thick bristles, but it's soft, and it's made by Fordham. And we also sell this one by Razertip. It's also very soft. So when I clean my tips, I am using simply a piece of denim. You want to make sure that your denim doesn't have any kind of stretch in it, just plain denim. And then what I do is I reach over while I'm burning, and I can do this hot if I have a protector for my table. If you don't, put it on a piece of wood. But while it's hot, you can reach over and simply wipe your tip off. And the reason this is important, there are some materials you'll be burning, like tagua nuts. They're very waxy, and you'll have to reach over and clean that tip off of all the debris about every other stroke or every stroke. Gourds you have to do very often. Wood, not so often, but every 10, 15 minutes or so, I just wipe this off. Cleans off any debris, and it stops the carbon buildup from building up too much. And after a while, when you go back to burning, you will start to see a carbon buildup, even though you've been doing this. At that point, you want to change and turn your machine off and polish your tip. If this isn't working anymore, then you want to polish it. If you're burning and you notice a lot of dragging, you will notice that on shaders. It's on ball tips a lot. So as you're pulling it across your board, you'll notice the drag. If you've ever been working with a polished tip and you don't have a polished tip, it's got carbon buildup, it starts dragging. That's when I go to the polishing system. And for polishing, I use, because I have a background as a wood carver, I use the same thing that I use for honing my knives for wood carving. I use a compound. This is yellow strop compound that we sell at Klingspor. And all I do is just put that on a strop. And I don't have to load it every time, but if it's getting too gunky, like this one has been used for years, so you can see all the carbon in here. And then all you have to do is reach over and go back and forth on this one. I do not hone my knives back and forth, but on this, since it's a ball tip, I just change the angle and go back and forth. And that's cleaning all that carbon off of there. And then the last thing I do is wipe this off. Make sure that your pen is off when you do this so you don't heat up the compound. But when you're done, then wipe it off on your denim, because if you don't, it's going to smoke as soon as you turn it on from any debris that's caught up in here. Polishing a skew, which is the knife blade, it's beveled on both sides, so you turn it on the side and just go in one direction. And then when you feel like you've got that cleaned, flip it over and go in the other direction. And again, wipe it off when you're done. It only takes less than a minute to clean these and polish them. So it's something that you should get in the habit of doing. Shader, and I'm wanting to polish that. Make sure that it's turned off. And then I just get it flat. You only need to polish it on the surface that's going to be on wood. If you're a person that likes to turn your shader onto its side, go ahead and do the side as well. But if you just use the bottom, that's all you need to do. Is go back and forth until you get it highly polished, and then wipe it off on your denim and you're ready to go. Now, the one thing I can say about this method is I have been using this for almost 20 years. I've got pen tips that are well over 10 years that look like the day I bought them, except for they're a little discolored up in the area, like up in this area where I don't actually polish it. Other than that, the shape is exactly the same. And I can tell you I've had friends that have used sandpaper, and they will go through a ball tip. Some of them have been through several ball tips in 1 year because it grinds the metal off of them on sandpaper. So this method I know works. Many methods work, but I can tell you that this one will work. And if you want to purchase any of these materials, we do have a separate polishing kit for pyrographers that we sell at Klingspor. And it comes with a linen bag that holds your materials. It comes with a piece of denim. It comes with the leather that you use the rough side in a bag so that when you're done putting the honing compound on it, you can stick it right back in the bag. It comes with jeweler's rouge. Now, instead of this compound here, you can use jeweler's rouge. And I would suggest using the blue or the red instead of the white. The white's a little bit more aggressive. It's straight aluminum oxide. This one right here is a general compound, and it's gentler on your tips. So we sell that in the kit, and you would do the same thing. You would just take your leather out of the bag and then, put your stropping compound on there. And then we also put an eraser in there for your transfer images to erase the lines off. And it comes with instructions, full instructions on how to do this. So that is a kit that is for pyrographers. So in the upcoming months, we'll be doing Wood Burning Wednesdays, and we'll put our details about the schedule on our website, and that is at woodworkingshop.com/pyrography.
Hey everybody, Chris here with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Today we're going to be showing all about this 3 horsepower water-cooled spindle from Next Wave. This is the new one. This is the upgrade from the 2 horsepower. Still runs on 110, gives you all the benefits of the half-inch and quarter-inch collet, but you also get the fact that you can run this thing on the machine, no more buckets, no more hoses running off to the side. So let's get started. We'll start with sort of how we've got everything laid out. I've already unboxed it. And you can see the parts and stuff on the table here. Obviously, it starts here with the E-Cool system from them. This will get mounted on the back side of the gantry. We've got the VFD system here. That'll get mounted down somewhere close to the control box. And in some of the other parts and pieces that are included are the mount that go on the machine. So we'll replace this old one. You got your 1/4 and 1/2 collet, got a set of wrenches, and of course the bolts to be able to mount that to the machine. And none of this would work without the spindle. So of course we've got this 3 horsepower spindle sitting here on the table ready to go. A lot of cables and parts. Of course, can't forget the owner's manual. That's a crucial part of the equation. And there are some tools you're going to need. You will need a Phillips, a flathead, and a number 5 or 5mm Allen wrench. And something you'll have to probably go out and purchase is the propylene glycol. You will need to pick this up. This can be found at most of your auto parts stores without any problems. But you will need the propylene glycol. Don't use regular radiator fluid or a coolant that would go in your car. This is a marine grade product. Make sure that it is the propylene glycol. You can also use distilled water, but this is better, especially in cases where you know you're going to run into cold temperatures in the wintertime. Nice hot pink color, so should be very visible once we start getting this rolling through. So let's get started with the assembly. I'm going to stick that down below the table. Get this box out of the way, and let's kind of see what we've got. First things first, what they recommend in the manual is to mount the E-Cool. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get this out of the way so it's completely off the table and not in the way of what I'm trying to do. pretty excited about this. I've been waiting to see this 3 horsepower spindle for quite some time. This is going to be a nice add-on to this machine. And if you're curious why it's important to do the upgrade for a spindle, well, if you've ever ran a router, they're ungodly loud. And they're loud enough when they're down on a workbench. It's even worse when they're up high like this and right in your face. So the benefit of completely getting rid of that loud router is going to be nice. The spindles run so smooth and so quiet, and they can run for prolonged periods of time with minimal issues. One, because this is water cooled, and two, that's what spindles are designed for. The nice thing about this is this comes with an actual spindle, CNC spindle collet system. So it's a snap system instead of using a traditional collet like what's on the router. So get this completely out of the way. Now I'm free to do a little bit of work. So unlike most men, I do read the owner's manual. One, because you may miss something if you just start throwing stuff on there, and I hate doing things twice. So I like to at least browse through there, especially with something like this where there's going to be electronics and cables and wires ran. So it is important to at least understand and read through this a little bit, sort of like wearing safety stuff in your shop. So as I look through this, they do say the first thing they want to do is mount this E-Cool on the back side of the gantry. So what we're going to do is we're going to rotate this around. And I'm going to bring this E-Cool system around to the back side. There are 4 screws that hold this housing on. So you're going to want to take your Phillips screwdriver, and you don't want to take them out, but you do want to loosen them just a little bit. So I'm going to loosen these 4 screws. And you want to be careful pulling this lid off because it is connected inside here with this cable. Now, you can disconnect this cable if you need to, and I think for this purpose, I'm going to do so, just so I don't have this in the way and risk doing some damage to the wiring. There are 2 T-track nuts, T-nuts on the back side of this. This is going to get mounted up here, so this is what we want to do first. So we're going to take this and slide this assembly right into this T-slot, and it might require me to take this Phillips and loosen this a little bit. All right, so I think I see what my problem is. There we go. Loosen this one. I want to make sure these aren't engaging. So I'm going to go ahead and close these track clamps down because I don't want them in the way. And this needs to mount somewhere on this far right side. What works best is there's 2 screws holding the gantry onto the back of the gantry supports. So I'm going to slide this right up next to that and give myself just a little clearance. Then I'm going to come in here and tighten these up. Now, on the back, you've got this cable track that's running the length of your machine. These hoses need to be able to mount in this track and run up and across to this back side of this. Well, obviously, you don't want to start these hoses far back because it creates a pinch point. So what I'm going to do is I've popped these open so it makes it easier for me to track them. And I'm going to run these hoses right in this track with the existing hose. I want to make sure there's plenty of room here and not going to create any problems. And I think that's pretty good. So I'm going to lock that in place. So one of those is at least down. And you can hear the snap. So now those are kind of locked in place. I'm going to give myself just a little bit of slack so I know I'm good to go. Feed these straight across, trying to be neat with the wiring and the cables. Go ahead and find another one here that I can lock down. And at this point, it's probably safe to close those, but I'm going to leave them open because I have a feeling I may need them later. So let's go ahead and get these ran all the way up to the back side of this motor, and I'm just going to let them hang over there for just a moment. Now, with that being done, we could do a number of things. We'll see what the manual suggests we do from here. All right, we've got that mounted. That's ran. We've got the track cable. We've got the hoses ran. Now it's talking about removing the router mount, which we've already done, and installing the spindle mount. So we're going to leave this set on the back side of the machine. We're going to spin this around and start working on the spindle mount now. Make sure everything's still going to be lined up. Looks good. All right, so grab this. And this does include 4 new bolts for that spindle mount because this is a different, it's a different size than what came on it. And I'll show you the 2 just so you can see. So you can see these 2 are clearly a little bit deeper. The nice thing about this is they give you everything you need. So you've got all your hardware ready to go. Now, one side of this is solid, the other side is loose. What I mean by that is this piece is all one solid piece and there's a gap right here that allows you to tension that up. So what I'm doing is I'm just going to get 2 of these kind of started. And I'm going to try to fully tension or mostly tension this left side. Now this would be a good time if this would be your machine to get a tramming jig and make sure that this is trammed properly before you fully install it. In this case, I'm going to come back later and do that, and maybe we'll showcase how to go about tramming a spindle or tramming a CNC. But for now, we just want to get this installed. And that's close enough for now. I don't want these tight because I want to be able to get that spindle in there. But I do want them snug. Now, you'll notice that if you look at the overhead, you can see that there's a main connection point and then 2 hose outlets. What I want to do is I want to install this with those 2 hose outlets on the left side if you're facing the gantry. So let me undo this a little more. This is pretty snug. I'm going to take a flathead and just kind of open that gap up just a little bit. And I am holding the spindle tight because I certainly don't want that to just come crashing down. Now, you can bring that down to just about anywhere you need. Feel free to adjust this up and down. For here, I'm going to allow, about 2 fingers widths. Obviously, the further down you go, the less clearance you're going to get with your gantry when it raises back up. But I also don't want this, sticking way up here with minimal support. So I'm going to mount it in about right there with just a little bit of gap down at the bottom. And you do want to make sure this is tight. And again, this is a great time to tram this. And if you're not sure what that means, is making sure that it is perfectly perpendicular to the table in this, or to the gantry in this way, as well as this way. So it might require shims or adjustment of the system. And all that would be done with the tramming jig that has an indicator on it, whether it be digital or dial. That's what you'd want to use to tram that up. So the spindle is now mounted. So at this point, we can run hoses and everything else. So let's see what's next on the old owner's manual here. All right, so it starts talking about running the hoses over, and there are 2 hoses, one that has a flow valve, which gives you a visual aid to be able to tell something's going, and the other is just a standard. So what they're recommending is if you've got the motor or the spindle in this orientation, is to put the flow valve on the front. So let's take this off and let's feed this hose. Make sure we don't forget the nut. We're going to feed this hose right over top of that valve. Now, if you find that it's a little snug, it will fit on there. You can take this and warm it up with a torch or some kind of heat gun would be better. But you want to push it all the way down until it seats properly on this little valve right there. And it is seated all the way properly down to this threaded portion. Now I want to come down and just sort of snug this nut down on top of that. And we're going to repeat that process over here with the other hose. Sometimes you got to wiggle that a little bit to get it to seat down over top of that, and it doesn't help the fact that I completely forgot to put the nut on. So let's back off and do that again. Slide that nut on. And get that seated. Slide the nut down, and I'll come back later and get a wrench and tighten those down once I get to that place. All right, so that's on. The flow valve is in place. And we should be good to go there. Now it'll be time to start filling this with that propylene glycol. So let me spin this back around so you can see what I'm doing there. All right, so this is your fill valve. If this is already too snug, feel free to take that off with a flathead. But in this case, I don't think I need it. They recommend a funnel. I don't have one with me. So we'll see if I can't do this the old school way. And I'm just going to put this into an empty container and try to be cautious with how much I put in. Let's see here what they say. Fill the reservoir with water or propylol. Let's see if we can't get this in. And I will go back and snug those connections up before I turn this on. And I am leaking. Take 2 on that. Okay, so what we identified was from the leak was this line coming off of the reservoir into this initial fitting here. It wasn't quite seated in there. So all I did was I loosened the 4 screws that hold this piece on and made sure that was seated properly. I reattached it to the frame. And if need be, if for some reason this is a pretty tight little bend right here, if need be, you could put some washers on the back side of this if yours would continue to leak. This one seemed to fix the problem. It just needed to be seated properly. I got it all taken care of. I will keep an eye on this, and if it does happen, I will put some kind of washers behind this plate to space this plate out just a little bit. But for now, everything's clean and dry. I've got this reservoir full. We're going to plug this in so that we can start priming this pump to see how that's going to work. So give me just 1 second here. And I'm glad I did put this screw back on, but notice the fluid level, it went down. So what we're going to do is we're going to unplug that. We don't want that pump to run. Fill that up again. And you likely might not have to do this but once or twice, but let's see what this result does this time. All right, that looks good. And hard to see from the camera, but this is moving. And that's a flow meter, so that lets you know at least there is fluid movement. I think that's a good sign that everything's running smooth, so we're gonna let that go. So I'm gonna tighten this back down. Not gonna torque it, I do want it to be snug. So before we do anything else, well, I do see an error that I did, so let me fix that real quick. I did not allow enough excess coming back to me to give proper exit for the hose. There we go. So now it's not upside down if you are standing on your head when you read it. Keep that in mind. That bottom screw is a little snug to get back into, but you do want to make sure to get them all tightened. This is a sticker, so my guess is whoever put the sticker on just put the sticker on wrong. But there, that's it. That's mounted back on there. I do want to make sure that one last screw was snug. I just don't feel like I got a good bite on that last one. very difficult to get in there. There we go. All right. So now I can go back to my track and make sure that this is in there properly. I'm going to pull a little more back. I'm going to go ahead and close that line and we'll start right there. That's good. Good enough. So now I think the rest of this should flow okay. Now that looks good. So what we're going to do from here is we're going to flip this back around and we're going to start the wiring part for the spindle. What has to happen here, this is the VFD. This is what converts this 220 volt spindle into 110 volts. So what this does is this has all got to fish from wherever this is going to mount, and I recommend mounting this probably somewhere near your control box. And in our case, it's going to be right underneath the table. And so I'm going to go ahead and sit this where it's going to go, and then I can work on getting that fished up and around to where that needs to go. And it does come with quite a long cable. One of these is a power cable, obviously, that's going to go to your power strip that is used with your control box. The other is a piece that's going to mount into the front of your controller itself, not the pendant, but the control box. This mounts on the front of the control box. And then this is the part that fishes up through everything and gets connected right in. So we've got to fish this cable up through all of this and over. And figuring out the best way to do that, well, your guess is as good as mine. So what we'll do is we'll just take a minute and evaluate what we've got, because the way they've done this is it all fishes through this, not quite long enough to do so. So if we were to kind of see where this is going to end up, which will be right there, and this gets fished along this wire track like so, this may have to just dangle off the side, which should not be a problem. So that's probably what we're going to do. We're going to do it where we can just let this hang off the side. It's not going to move side to side. It'll just flow forward and backward as you're going along your x-axis or your y-axis. So let's do that. We'll go ahead and get this installed here, and I'll start back tracing it to here, and we'll see what's left over. There are little indentation marks that need to line up. And I'm going to go to the other side so I can see those better and actually pull the spindle this way. Get that seated all the way in and get that knurled nut tightened all the way down. Just like that. And it looks like that's a 9/16. All right, so let's see what's next on the old agenda here. All right, now it's time to finish that wire track. Now, before I bury this in this wire track, I do want to make sure the spindle does in fact work. So what we're going to do is we're going to come down here, and I have a power strip. I'm going to connect all of this to the power strip. Pump is working. That is working. And that is working. So now all three of those should turn on at the same time when you go to turn on your machine. And on the front of the controller is a pinned place where this is going to get fastened into. It's right by where the handheld pendant gets attached. So now let's turn this all back on. Give it a moment. The pump came on. I heard the VFD is now on, and now the handheld pendant is on. Not sure if it shows up, but you can certainly see the flow meter is working, or the flow control is working. That means there is actually fluid coming through there. All right, so let me get a file, throw it on a thumb drive, and we'll just see what this thing will do. Just make sure this spindle is running smoothly. Okay, so I've got a thumb drive and a file ready to go. I want to test this all before we go. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to load this thumb drive into the controller. Notice now that the USB light has lit up on the pendant. So we're going to select that USB. We're going to go ahead and select the file that I've got written. I've already set my X, Y, and Z on the spindle high enough where it's not going to create any problems. This gives you a good rundown of what's happening what's going to happen with the machine as far as the G code goes. And if you forget how you're supposed to lay out your project, this is a good reminder of where everything's supposed to be. In this case, I'm just going to go ahead and click next. And everything's lined up, ready to go. I can adjust my speed should I need to, but in this case, I'm going to click start. Now you'll notice the spindle is very quiet. You'll actually hear the machine moving more than you will the spindle. We've got good flow on the meter, so we know fluid is coming through. I'm not seeing any leaks anywhere on the table, which is always a good sign. So there we go. We have just installed the water-cooled spindle, the 3 horsepower upgraded water-cooled spindle from Shark on the Shark Wave CNC. This is a fantastic upgrade. I'm personally looking forward to putting it to work. So I guess I'll have to see you guys later because I got stuff to do. Y'all have a great day. Bye now.
Let's put some shape on this thing. Let's see. Okay. Put a tenon on it. That looks a little big still. Yep, that's why I like the Turnmaster. There you go. Look at that from an insert tool. Yep. Yeah, the bowl is running true. It's just the hole is off. Gonna take a little bit of that out anyway before I move on to the next part. So, okay. This is the Turnmaster from Robert Sorby. This is our entry into the insert tool area, and some of the benefits to this tool over some of the competition is, number one, we make our cutters in various materials. So I have down here on the lathe, we have tungsten carbide, we have high-speed steel, and we have titanium nitride coated high-speed steel. Why is that important? So this is going to give you a lot of options. When you need a cut, when you're working on something that, say, you know, a piece of material that has a lot of silica in it and it's real hard on the cutting edges, carbide is great for that because it's the most durable cutting edge of the three materials. However, carbide will never be as sharp as high-speed steel because the carbide molecules are much bigger than the high-speed steel. So you're going to get a keener edge. It's going to be easier to sharpen because you can sharpen that with standard sharpening tools. And then the titanium nitride coated high-speed steel cutters are going to give you a finer edge because the titanium nitride is an even smaller metal molecule, and it's also going to be a more durable edge. In the case of the Turnmaster, I think that your best bet is really the high-speed steel because the high-speed steel allows you to easily sharpen it, and it does offer you a very sharp edge. And perhaps you'll have to sharpen a little bit more than the titanium nitride, but the difference is the titanium nitride has to be sharpened in a different way. To sharpen the high-speed steel, you simply take a diamond card, put your cutter down, face down, and you do a figure eight for a couple minutes, and you're back in the game. Okay, that being said, let's talk about the tool itself. Okay, with most insert tools, you have to buy a different handle for each shape of cutter. So on this cutter, I'm not sure if we'll be able to show all this, but each of these cutters are all shaped the same. You see I have the full range here. They're all shaped exactly the same, so every head can hold every cutter. In fact, most of the time when you buy this, it comes with the square, the diamond, and the round for around the same cost as one insert tool from one of our competitors. And you might be asking yourself, okay, Daryl, but what's with this big knuckle here in the middle? I'm going to show you the magic of that knuckle later, but we're going to talk about it real quick while we're going over the tool itself. So this knuckle allows you to do one of two things. Number one, it allows you to switch out your cutters. So you can buy these accessory heads here as accessories, and you can load up all your favorite cutters, and you can change them out as simple as loosening that knuckle and inserting a different cutter, right? But that's not the most exciting thing it does. The most exciting thing it does is when you look under the knuckle, there's 3 indents there. So everyone knows that insert cutters, carbide cutters, whatever you want to call them, they don't provide the smoothest cut. And there's a lot of talk about if you rotate it 45 degrees that you can get a shear cut and you can get a much smoother surface. But the problem with that is that now, on top of trying to keep your tool in contact, anchored to the tool rest and in contact with the work, now you have this extra added thing of having to balance it on a corner. Well, the Turnmaster has a nice wide flat, and because I have those indents, I can set up that shear angle and still cut off of that wide flat, which is going to make for a very stable cut. And I'm going to be able to get some shear cuts, and I'm going to be able to get some really nice finishes on my work. So I think I pretty much covered all that stuff. So we're going to get down to putting this thing to work and showing you exactly how this thing works in your hands. So we're going to get started with the round
then we're
cutter.
gonna move to some
We're going to use this. You can use this to shape the inside or the outside of the bowl. In this case, we're going to be working on the inside. And these are basically scrapers. So what you want to do is you want to set this up so that it cuts just above center. You see that it's cutting just above center with the bar of the tool parallel to the floor. And then we're going to trail down to center, which means we're going to lift the handle up just a little bit to bring the cutting edge down to the center cutting position. And once we have that, we can go ahead and start removing material. And we can remove material very quickly using this tool, but as you can see, we're not getting a very good cut there, right? So in order to fix that, the first thing I would recommend you do, and this goes for any tool, is go ahead and make a couple of light passes, because those roughing passes are going to leave the roughest possible finish. So we'll come back and clean it up just a little bit, save ourselves some trouble. So with these cleaning passes, you want to go, you want to try to take off less material, and you want to give the cutter time to work. So now that you've made your smoothing cuts, those last light cuts, we're going to go ahead and utilize this shear cutting feature on the tool. So you can see right here, we have 3 indents. One is our standard flat cutting angle, and then we have an indent at 45 degrees to the right and the left, which is going to allow us to do a shear cut and really clean up those final edges. So now that I have that set up on the 45 degrees, I also want to point out that this tool has a nice wide flat on the back, which makes it very easy to anchor it to the tool rest. And because we can rotate the tool using the knuckle, we can have the tool rotated at that shear angle and still have a nice firm base to anchor the tool to the rest. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to take some shear cuts. Now this is a finishing cut, so this isn't a cut that's you're not going to be taking away a lot of material. You're going to be taking light passes, and it's going to give you a pretty good finish. And as you're cutting, you'll notice that you're getting a different kind of shaving. You can also use the shear cutting feature on exterior curves. And when you do that, you want to use one of the cutters that have straight edges, such as the square cutter here. So you're just going to go ahead and set that back to one of your shear cutting settings. Okay. Positioning is the same. Oops, that's a little up. And we can work our way around that outside curve very easily, taking light passes. So we can achieve a very clean edge. So you can see versus this is what we had before and this is what we have now. Okay. The cutters for the Turnmaster tool comes in 3 different materials. It comes in carbide, high-speed steel, and titanium nitride coated steel, high-speed steel. And across those lines, in the carbide, we have the square tool, square shape tool, the round tool, and the diamond tool. But in high-speed steel and titanium nitride coated steel, we also carry a mushroom cutter, which is great for doing undercutting. So if you're doing a hollow form or in a closed form where the edges of your bowl kind of roll over and the opening is not the largest diameter of your bowl, this does a great job of reaching under the rim and cutting away that material. We have the box cutter here, and the box cutter is great for working on boxes. So if you had a box and you wanted to get down to the bottom corner, you can, because this is less than 90 degrees, you can take that cutter and you can cut down the side and you can get right into that corner without spoiling the bottom. You can also rearrange, you can loosen this and rotate the tool a bit and you can come across the side, and because that's still not 90 degrees, you get right into that corner without spoiling the sides. Another thing that this is really useful for is this actually cuts a very accurate dovetail for your chuck. Then we have the teardrop cutter, and the teardrop cutter basically offers a number of different radiuses or radii that you can use to meet different surfaces inside your bowl or your hollow form. So this just provides a lot of different curves for the purpose of smoothing your work. And this one, the inside-outside cutter, on the straight side you can use that to cut outside forms, outside shapes, and you can use the round side again for additional radiuses for smoothing out the inside of your bowls and forms. And that's our Turnmaster tool. Now let's talk about one of my favorite tools, the spiraling and texturing tool. So I have several of them laid out here on the lathe. These come in different, well, I guess the most important thing is they come in different sizes. So we have the full-size tool and the micro tool. You may notice that I have them configured in different ways. That's because there's a multitude of different things that you can do with these tools. For instance, this one I have set up for doing spiraling, which requires this sled right here. So, and we're going to talk about exactly how to use them in just a bit. But in the case of the spiraling tool, in this configuration, it allows us to cut, I think they're called barley twist spirals, barley twist type spirals. And so we'll be able to do that using it with this sled. Now I have another one here, and I have this one set up without the sled, and the reason why that is because when we take the sled off, we can use this for texturing. So before we take this to the wood to work, I want to talk about these cutters. So there's basically 2 different types of cutters. There's several different sizes of cutters, but there's 2 types. This is a texturing tool, and we'll know that because both sides of the wheel are beveled. And this is a spiraling wheel, which also can be used for texturing, and one face is beveled and one face is flat. Now you can use the spiraling wheel to do both, but you can only texture with the texturing wheel. You cannot cut a spiral. So now let's go to the work, go to the wood. The first function of this tool that we're going to take a look at is the spiraling tool, the spiraling function. So let's talk about tool setup. First of all, on this tool, and it may not translate on video very well, but there's a line that's struck on the bar here, and then there's a series of numbers and settings on the back side of the bridge. So basically what those are for is if you wanted to cut a crosshatch, you can set it to the same setting on either side. And what this setting actually does is it makes the spirals closer together or further apart. Yeah. Now as far as actually cutting the spiral, we need to do a couple of things first. We need to set the tool up so that the bottom of the bar is cutting on center, just on or just about on center. Okay? And we need to set the tool rest such that it's in a position where we won't fall off the tool rest and it's far enough away from the work that we can work with the tool. Okay? We also need to do this at a slow speed. I find that most operations with the texturing tool are done around 500 RPMs, whether you're texturing with it or spiraling. Now, ideally, what we want is we want to have a workpiece that is a diameter that's evenly divisible by the number of teeth on the wheel. But we don't have to use math to figure that out. We can do it with a simple test cut. So now that we have all of our settings right, we'll run over them real quick, just in case. So we're going to be cutting with the bar, the bottom of the bar on center, tool rest back far enough that it doesn't fall off, and we can work with it. And we're going to have this lathe set at a speed at or around 500 RPM. So to begin the cut, we're going to put the tool on the rest, and we're going to present the bottom of the the wheel first. The bottom of the wheel, by the way, isn't sharp. We're going to talk about that later as well. So we're going to present the bottom of the tool first, let it start to turn. Then we're going to raise the handle and let the tool start to cut. Okay? And we let that go for a couple of seconds. So we're going to take a look at the work, and we're going to try to decide whether this is a diameter that we can work with or not. And the way we know that is if you look at this spiral, we have only these deep, crisp cuts here. We don't have any little small cuts in the middle. If you did, you need to take off a little bit of material to get down to a more suitable diameter. In this case, we got it right the first time, so we can go ahead and move on to texture in the rest of this piece. Now, I talked earlier about the fact that the bottom of this cutter is not sharp. And the reason why that's important is that's going to allow us to key back into our existing spiral so that we can extend this. You can really extend it in either way, but we want to be able to key back into it so that we can extend that spiral. So we're going to do, still with our speed at about 500, so we're going to present the bottom of the teeth first, and you'll hear it when it clicks, when it seats in. Okay? Once it's in, raise the handle, and then we're going to use a fishtail motion, and we can traverse the piece in either direction. And just like that, we have a nice spiral. Now, the spiral can only be as deep as the teeth are long. And you can tell when you've gotten to the bottom of it, because when you don't go the full depth, the tops of the spirals will have a little bit of a flat on them. And it will round out more and more as you cut it deeper and deeper. But this is how we get a spiral with the spiral and texturing tool. So next we're going to talk about how to configure this so that we can do texturing. But before we move on to that, I just thought of something. This spiraling feature can only happen on a cylinder. So if you had a vase or a bowl where where the diameter of the piece will actually start to decrease, it would not be able to continue to track your spiral. So you can't use it on the side of a bowl as in following the curve of the bowl. And you can't use it on the end grain either to do these spirals. So to configure the tool for spiraling, we're going to take that sled off. We could do it with the sled, but it's going to limit the movement of the tool. So we're going to start by facing this off and getting a nice clean surface, because with a surface like that, we'd barely be able to make out our textures. So for this, I'm going to crank the speed back up. And I'm using a 3/8 inch spindle gouge to clean this off. So the rules are, and they're pretty simple, is you really don't want to use this with the tool horizontal, okay? Because the teeth will just tear up the work. In the case of the spiraling cutters, it'll make a very, very slow, it'll make a very long arm spiral around the center. It's not very attractive. So you want to present this at some sort of angle. Now the first thing I'm going to show you is there's a way to make a small flower in the center of your workpiece, in the center of your design. And this is something that people have real difficulties with, and everybody wants to know how to do that. So we're going to go ahead and show you how to do that first, and then we're going to talk about some of the other possibilities. So I'm going to do this at about 500 RPMs as well. The reason for that is when you're doing these designs, you want to give the tool time to develop it. So basically what's going to happen is over the course of several revolutions, it's going to develop the flower. So you just need to give it that time. And we don't need a whole lot of pressure when we're doing this. So I want to have the tool set to cut just about on center. And we're going to start by setting the tool so that the bar is perpendicular to the surface of the work, and the wheel is vertical to the face of the work. And then we're going to rotate the handle about 45 degrees. And what we're going to do is pivot into the work and hold it. It looks a lot like this. And by the way, you want to be just off the center of the work. The further off you are, the more petals you're going to have, and the closer you are, the fewer petals you're going to have on your flower. So we're going to pivot into it and hold it, and give it 10 or 15 seconds to form our design. Okay, and that gives us a nice little flower detail. And it may not look like it now, but we're going to add some things to really highlight that. So let's talk about some of the other things that we can do with it. So you can take this tool and you can rotate it pretty much at any angle you like to get different spirals, different degrees of spirals. So we're going to pick an arbitrary angle here. Okay. Now if I want to crosshatch, so I take note of the angle that I have the handle and the wheel set at right now. So I'm going to turn the wheel pretty much the opposite way, and I'm going to swing the handle out the opposite way, and then I'm going to apply the tool again over the top of the existing one, and that's going to give me a nice spiral. Okay? A few other things that we can do is we can take this tool and we can apply it straight, and we can get some lines which look pretty good out here towards the outside. Remember to give it a little bit of time to develop the design, and how much time is really based on your preference. So apply it for a couple of seconds and see what you got. If you like it, great. If not, you can go back and go over it and try it again. And then we're going to also use just the edge here and get a couple of little triangles on the outside. And then I'm going to switch to the texturing tool and show you what that does. So now we have a couple of other little marks on the outside. So now we're going to talk about the texturing tool. Now the texturing tool, we're going to use this differently. We can also rotate, we can also angle this, but we definitely don't want to go horizontal with this because these are just points, and basically it would just tear up the grain of the wood. So you want to only cut with the tips of this one, and usually a light touch is all you need. And if you want a more detailed design, you just spend more time going back and forth with it. So what we're going to do is apply a little bit of an orange peel texture. And we're just going to lightly engage the tips of the teeth. And for a more fully developed pattern, we just give it more time. Okay. The large tool works in much the same way as a small one. So let's take a look at what we got. So you can see, you might be able to see this orange peel pattern that we got from the texturing tool, as well as all these other textures that we got from the spiraling wheel. So I bring these little markers along with me when I do demonstrations, just so that we can highlight the pattern. These are just inexpensive craft markers, brush tip, which means the tips are shaped like brushes. And we'll go ahead and we'll highlight this pattern. Okay. I'm not real good with setting out colors, so, you know. Fashion designers may take issues with the colors I choose to put next to each other, but that's okay. And once I get done doing this, this is going to really highlight the pattern and show you exactly what the tools have done. This is something that's really useful if you're at a craft show or something like that and you're making spinning tops for kids. This is a great way to decorate those. Decorating the tops of boxes and various aspects of bowls. This works really good for that. I did that one wrong somehow. Okay. And that does a great job of highlighting the different textures. Okay. So the one thing about using this tool, about using these tools that a lot of people have difficulties with is that it's hard to control what exactly you get. There's so many options and so many possibilities of designs that you can achieve with this tool. So the best way to learn how to tame this tool really is to take a piece of wood this is about 3, maybe a little over 3 inches in diameter. Go ahead and round it out and then work on the end of this piece of wood. And what you can do is you can just make your patterns and part it off. And if you find something that you like, you continue making that one for a couple of discs, and then you can perfect that. You can perfect that particular aspect so that you know what to expect when you're using the tool in the future. A question that I get fairly often about the spiraling and texturing tool is how do we sharpen the cutters? Obviously we want to keep them sharp to keep our designs nice and crisp. So basically it's a very simple process. We're going to take a diamond card, all right, and what we're going to do is we're going to balance the diamond card across a minimum of 3 teeth to register on the top bevel, all right. So once you get that, you'll be able to feel it, and once you get that, what I like to do is you'll notice on this back side here, I have that braced against the bar of the tool so it doesn't bounce around on me, and I got it registered on my bevel, and then I'm just going to take my other finger and I'm going to rotate the wheel several times, and that's all it takes. And it's really important to stay on top of it and maintain the edge. Don't wait until it gets dull. Every couple of times you use it, it doesn't take very long. Just take your diamond card and follow the instructions I just gave you, and you'll keep your tool nice and sharp and your designs nice, clean, and crisp. So now we're going to talk about the Pro Edge, which is our sharpening solution from Robert Sorby. In my opinion, there's a couple of points that make this the best sharpening system available. Among those is obviously the small footprint. There's no bars hanging off, no accessories or anything, and you can put this fairly close to the wall, so you don't need a deep countertop to put this on. Another good point is that it's easy setup. When you take this out of the box, there's a little piece of foam that goes on top. You take that off, you put it on the counter, you're ready to go. This is also a complete system. You don't need any other apparatuses to sharpen your tools, such as if you have a system that's based on wheels, if you need to fix your top angle, you need some other machine to do that so that you don't end up with a concave edge on the wings of your gouges. With the Pro Edge, you can also quickly change grits in case you need for all of your sharpening needs. This machine comes with all the jigs you need to do about 95% of your sharpening in wood turning. Before we get started, let's take a look at the Pro Edge and the features that are built in on board. Right here on the front, we have a map with the angle settings, and this map illustrates exactly what angle setting each of these holes back here corresponds to. In addition to that, we also have a little description on the front with suggested angles for particular types of tools. We're going to start with our parting tool here, and our parting tool is recommended to be sharpened at a 20-degree angle. Now your parting tool, it's really important that the front edge of the parting tool is also straight. So you need something that's going to register the tool so that it's 90 degrees to the belt. So we're going to use the side of our V block, which comes standard, to register the tool so that it's 90 degrees to the belt. Before we get into sharpening, let's talk about some of the onboard features included with the Pro Edge. Right here on the front, we have a handy map, and the map basically corresponds to the hole settings on the back and which angles are represented by each hole. So you can use this map to accurately set this platform at the same angle every time you need to use it. No more using Sharpies to color your bevels or any of that. Also on this map here, we have recommended angles for particular tools, such as we're going to start with our parting tool here, and Robert Sorby recommends a 20-degree bevel on our parting tools. Now, if we take a look at the map here, that's going to be, I call these the ones on the outside, and these are the ones on the inside. It's going to be the top hole on the inside. So what we're going to do is we're going to loosen this pin right here, this threaded pin, and then we're going to loosen this wrench. Now, for the 20 degrees, we need to actually remove the pin and move it forward so that we can catch this inside row of holes here. And we're going to use that top one. So once you tighten that pin up, it's going to seat inside that hole and set our tool up at the perfect angle. Again, I don't have to use any Sharpies or anything like that to discover whether I'm on the angle or not. And every single time I go to sharpen a tool at 20 degrees, I can be assured that it's going to be 20 degrees, no guessing. So once I have that, I'm going to use the V-block guide right here, and I'm going to put that in the miter slot on the table. And what we're going to do is use that for our 90-degree reference, because when we're sharpening our parting tools, we want it to be straight across the end, particularly if you're going to use it for cutting joinery. So using the V-block guide as a V-block accessory as a guide, we can use that and we can present the tool and get it 90 degrees to the belt. So now that we have our settings and we have everything ready, we go ahead and turn the machine on, place the tool on the tool rest, referencing against the side of the V-block to make sure that it's 90 degrees. And basically we're going to just slide up until we make contact with the belt. Do one side, do the other side. Simple as that. We now have a nice sharp parting tool with a square edge ready to go for any of our joinery needs while we're wood turning. And while we have the V-block in place, we can go ahead and sharpen a couple other things. So we're going to do our roughing gouge next, and that's going to require some changes to our settings. We're going to move this pin back to the back side. I happen to know that 45 degrees is the recommended angle for roughing gouges. If you weren't clear on that, you could take a look right down here and you'll find that 45 degrees is the bowl angle for roughing spindle and bowl gouges. And that's going to be the fourth hole down from the top on the outside. Tighten up the locking nut here. Then we're going to take our roughing gouge and just place it into the V block and bring it up to the belt, and then we're going to go ahead and sharpen it. Now, when we're sharpening tools we're sharpening our gouges, what we want to do is think about the gouge in three parts. We want to think about it as two wings and a nose. So what we'll do is we'll bring it up and we'll sharpen one wing, the other wing, then the nose, and then all together. So we'll come in and sharpen the one wing. We'll sharpen the other. And then we'll sharpen the nose. And then we'll sharpen the entire thing together. Easy peasy, nice and sharp. Okay. Take that out. Now, one of the notoriously difficult tools to sharpen is the skew. And it's due to the fact that it's got a very steep angle on both sides. In addition to that, it also has a skew angle across the top. And setting that up on most sharpening systems is a real chore. If you've done it before, you understand what I'm saying. So first of all, we're going to take a look at the recommended angle settings right here on the front, and we're listing 15 degrees for skew chisels, which is the top hole on the outside. So we're going to remove that pin there, or at least loosen it. Slide up to that top hole, tighten the pin, and tighten that retaining wrench. So this jig is going to present our tool so that the angle across the top is perpendicular to the sanding belt. So once we have everything all set up and ready to go, set at 15 degrees, have our jig in place, we can go ahead and turn the machine on and sharpen the tool, and you'll see that this is really the easiest way to do it. So place it on the platform using the jig as a guide. Just slide the tool up, keeping it flat on the platform till it makes contact with the belt. Do one side, flip it over. Do the other side. And that's it. Got a nice sharp skew. Now with a skew, when you're sharpening it, just a little extra tip here, you'll know that you've sharpened it because the side opposite that you were sharpening will have a very small burr on it. And if you pass your fingernail across the edge of it, your fingernail will catch on it. Just a little tip. All right, and now we're going to get into a bowl gouge. And this is a bowl gouge that has a little bit of a fingernail profile on it with longer wings so that you can use for scraping and shear cutting. And this can be somewhat of a challenging tool to sharpen. So first we're going to remove the platform, and then we're going to place our bowl gouge into the holder. And then we're going to use the Pro Set, which is available as an option and highly recommended, to set the nose angle. In this case, it's 45 degrees. So we're going to use this platform. We're going to use this tab right here to set the proper protrusion so that we can get a 45-degree angle on the nose of our tool. Then we're going to put the fingernail profiler jig into the boss, and this is going to control the swing of the tool. Okay? So we want to do this in much the same way as all the other gouges by treating it as two wings and a nose. So first we're going to do one wing, then we'll swing it over to the other. Okay, then we're going to do the nose. Then we're going to do the entire thing together. I normally do that twice. Okay. We got a nice sharp edge. Okay. So far everything I've used in this demonstration comes standard with the Pro Set. Everything I've used so far in this demonstration comes standard with the Pro Edge, minus the Pro Set. And I highly recommend purchasing this as an accessory, but aside from that, this comes as one purchase. You don't have to purchase a grinder from one company, a jig from another. This is one purchase, and it will take care of all of your sharpening needs in wood turning.
Klingspor's Woodworking Shop, we're going to be talking bargain boxes. What's a bargain box?
Well, Titan, I'm going to tell you.
Hey everybody, Chris here with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Today, we're talking about how it all got started for us. That's right, we're going all the way back to the late 80s, and we're going to take a look at the bargain box. So in the late 80s, Mr. Klingspor, that's the guy that's running Klingspor Abrasives over here in the US, instead of having all the scrap material tossed away, they started putting it into a 20-pound box. And I'll tell you what, people just probably thought that was crazy. But you know what? It worked. He put an ad out in Popular Science. Next thing you know, a business was born. We called the sanding catalog. So we were selling these 20-pound boxes of coarse, medium, and fine end materials all over the country. And the next thing you know, we started a company. Not just selling bargain boxes, but now that's who we are now, Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. So we started with this 20-pound box, cut it in half, and offer a 10-pound box of the same coarse, medium, and fine material. And we offer a 10-pound box of just medium and fine. Not everybody needs the coarse stuff. So we cut that in half and used the medium and fine side as well. So anything from 80 and above would be in this box. Well, the Woodturners, we didn't want to leave them out. So we've got this amazing wood turning bargain box of end rolls. If you're looking for just a variety of material, this is the way to go. And 20 pounds of this will get it done. Various widths from, I think, 1/2 inch all the way up to 3 inches. Great for your wood turners looking for a little something different to do a little turning and sanding with. And then, of course, we've got our bargain box of belts. These things are phenomenal. When you look at this, we've got it in the 3x21, 3x24, 4x21, 4x24. These are great. You get anything from 60 all the way to 180. And for the price point, it's fantastic. If you use a variety of grits, you still want an industrial grade abrasive, Well, these bargain box of belts will get it done. So check those out. You get that assortment. Everything's ready to go. In the 3-inch, you're going to get 6 belts per grit. And in the 4-inch, you're going to get 5 belts per grit. Great way to go if you're looking for a bundle. Now, if you're not planning on using the belts within, say, a couple of years, you might want to consider just getting the grits you need, because either way, you're going to get a great industrial grade product. So let's look at this a little more in detail. Let's dive into this 20-pounder and see what we got. Pop the tape in a safe manner, always cut towards you. And when you open it up, now the thing about the bargain box is you might not get the same grit every time. You might not get the same material every time. You might not even get the same anything every time, because it's just a miscellaneous of whatever's left over. But no matter what you're going to get, you know it's going to be an industrial grade abrasive that's going to work well for you. So you might get a roll this size. You might get a roll this size. You just never know what the end is going to look like. But either way, you're going to get 20 pounds or 10 pounds for it. These bargain boxes are the way to go. See, I can't even get it back in there. They stuff it so tight. So go check out the bargain box. You can go visit our website and you can find it on there. All of the bargain boxes. If you've got that little old-fashioned catalog, the bargain box inside there as well. But if you can't find it in either place, give us a call at 800-228-0000. One of our amazing customer service team, they'll be happy to get you the bargain box of your dreams today. Well, hey, this is Chris with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop talking about the bargain box, which got us all started to begin with. Well, y'all have a great day. Give them a call, go online, or just flip through the catalog. Either way you do it, get your bargain box and whatever other sandpaper or tool products you might need. Y'all have a great day, and we'll talk to you soon.
And we're gonna turn this bottom down. I've already got the holes drilled. So this maple's a little bit whiter, which is real good for the airbrushing. And we're still not round. I always kind of check the top, not where that hole's at. Stay away from that hole. Let me see. It looks like, feels like it's got just a tad. I'm going to take a look, make sure we don't have a crack. Nope, no crack. We're good. Okay, we got that. We're going to do the indentation down here at the bottom. We're going to do the bead. And then we're going to get my 1/2-inch spindle gouge. Make the cut right here. Make the cut there. And then we'll come back in, kind of join the lines together. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to sand it. I usually take my tool rests out. You got to be real careful going over that hole. If you use a longer piece of paper, you can go, just go like that. This got a little bit short. Okay, let's just do that. Okay, let's put a little bit of texture on this. That sucker's hot. Oh. Make sure you turn off your wood burner when you get done. Now, I told you I have accidents. That thing burnt my finger. Okay, we're gonna put a little texture right there. We're gonna put a little texture down here. Okay, ow, that hurt. Ooh, that one's hot. I usually don't do my wood burning close to my lathe. Okay, this is just a round rod that I put little points on. So we're gonna put a little indentation there, little one here, and let's put one down here and one down here, okay? So let me show you what we got. All right, let's see the texture. That looks fine. All right, so now we're gonna do some painting on it, okay? This is airbrush, and this is for you guys that don't know, it's Chromacraft. I really like the Chromacraft. I'm not here to sell products, but I seen a demo Nick Agar did, and I like the product. So I kind of, when I did my first one here, I sent a picture of it to Nick. So we're going to do a little yellow. I did a lot of yellow. And then I think I'm about out of yellow. Let me turn it on. There we go. Okay, that's yellow. And then I got another, this is red. So we'll do a little red. Red and yellow make orange, right? So we're gonna do a little orange. And then we're gonna do a lot of red down here. I'm gonna pull it back a little bit. Okay, then we're going to do black. I got a little carousel down here for those who don't see it. It's just got, oh, that's green. I want green, I want black. Okay, I'm going to do this all in black. It's a rich black, that's what I like about it. And I want to kind of fade it in right there. I'm going to do the same thing, kind of fade it a little bit, okay? So you see what, we're going to show you what we got right there. Okay, so far that's what we have. Okay, the next thing I do is I was teaching a college how to wood turn. I had them in my shop. I had them for 30 days. 30 days and 30 students. And we had my whole shop full of lathes. And as a thank you, the college professor gave me this whole package of ink. And I didn't know what, I guess that's what they do. I never considered myself an artist. I've always wanted to be a craftsman. But he gave me this Indian ink, and I said, well, I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but this is what I came up with. I hope I don't make a mess. So, I put a drop on here, and then I spread it around. Get any in there. I'm about out of it. I need to do another class for the college so I get some more. Hey, I like the free stuff. Now you can tell Coleman why my smocks don't stay clean. There we go. And you can do this kind of stuff with plates. It don't matter. Different colors look good. Chromacraft has different products you can use. I usually have a foam brush. but we're going to put it on with my fingers this time. I like using the foam brush because I can get just to that edge. My fingers kind of round it off, so see how it just brings it out? Just that little bit of silver. Oh gosh, see, that's why I use a foam brush. Well, I'm not going to be able to get it off. I don't think I'm going to be able to get it. Thank you. Oh well, you get the gist of it. And you can put on it almost as much as you want. Okay, see how I put that little bit more on there? But it just makes it look aged. Okay, that's enough of that.
Is that the gilting?
This is the gilting. Yeah, they have a bronze and a gold. It depends on what color I'm doing, but and we want to clean it a little bit, come back out. So as you can see, this takes some time. Just drilling these things takes a massive amount of time. And the first ones I did, I guess the first, I don't know, 400 or 500, this is how we did it. It was a real fluke that I got into doing birdhouses, and they're actually in our state magazine here in North Carolina. They sell them in the magazine, and we have a couple galleries that we sell them in. But you've seen how I drilled it, and see how long it took. Well, we had to come up with something, and I'm going to show you something we came up with. I got a good friend. His name is Vern Cocaine. So he came up with this thing for me. Oh. Let me see if I can get it put in here. Okay, he came up with this. Now, I've got a bigger air compressor in my shop than, I got a little pancake one here, but it works. It doesn't work as fast as my big one because I've got more pressure on it at home. But I do lock these things in pretty good, and I do lose a few. But I'd rather lose a few and drill a lot of them. A lot of it depends on the wood anyways. And yeah, we're going to have a little noise here, but for right now, so what I basically do is just drill it like that. Now with my compressor at home, it goes a whole lot faster. But I don't have any wear on my elbow, and I can bring it in, take it out. And that's how we drill them. So we'll just chuck in another one. All right. So let's do it again. I'm getting more air now. You see it's moving a whole lot faster. And I didn't move the belt on the lathe. You see how it stopped? Okay, on the Powermatic lathe, it's belt driven, and there's two ways you can move the belt. Well, I have still got it on the high. I didn't want to change it, but just kind of tell you that's why it bogged down, because it is on the high.
Hello, Chris.
All right, welcome. Hang on. Listen, it's my audio a little bit. Barely hear you. There we go. So look at there. I ran into Sterling Davis walking the floor, and so I thought we would just give you a quick another little tour. Yesterday you were here, and we'll end up over in the carving section. So later on in the next hour, we'll be catching a live shot of Morris Schlesinger. I'll be doing some wood turning, so we'll catch him in action later. Jerry is over here in the middle right now doing a cowboy hat. Let's see if I can't get you a bird's eye view of that. So got that going on right now. And so there's a lot of stuff going on live at the show. Let's go meander the show a little bit more and check it out. So if you weren't here yesterday, this is Western Piedmont Community College. They do a lot with the crafts and teaching and education. Local school doing a lot of work with young people. Got Erlex doing a lot of the spray stuff, normal demonstrations. Push through a lot of paper at these shows for some reason. And folks at the Klingspor. Of course, we still got a lot of wood. If you remember yesterday, that was a tall pallet. Look at all the wood that's gone from the show. That was a pretty good sized pallet as well. But a lot of that's gone. A lot of the sanding products. He's selling quite a bit of stuff here. So you can see a lot of the wood is gone, which is nice. Made a lot of people happy. That rack was full of a variety of different Tupelo yesterday. But today, you better get here quick before the sale's gone. The folks at Klingspor are here to help answer any questions you might have. Walking down the floor, you can see the Jet folks and Powermatic. A lot of stuff on display still, ready to answer the questions there. The happy Klingspor folks. Always a pleasure to see them talking sandpaper. Ground tools. Guys at Sorby doing their thing over there. Got a little tools. They got plenty of shavings on the floor. So clearly they've been busy doing something. Looks like just making a mess. So they make a mess, and the folks at Mohawk clean it up. They'll show you how to finish it well, patch it up, repair it. Still demonstrating the hard fill kits. Folks at Nova and Technical. These booths are just crazy active, man. It's insane how busy this thing was yesterday and even getting into today. We're going to walk over to the media booth for a moment. I got to grab something. And then we're going to go try to catch the CNC aisle, see if we can't get some interviews with the folks at Phantom. All right, we're heading back. Stuff here at Phantom CNC.
What is this?
You want to tell us a little bit about Phantom CNC?
Well, I sure can.
This is Nick with Phantom. We're going to talk to us a little bit. Tell us what you got over here on behind you.
Yeah, so this is a 4x8 T-Series CNC router. It's got a 16 horsepower spindle on the top. This is our auto tool change system. It's got a complete vacuum table. So it's complete with a Bakelite multi-zone vacuum table. Everything's plumbed, ready to go. The machine is built as is and is delivered in this fashion. You'll see the 8 tool changers on the back of the machine. So if you're doing a lot of production jobs, if you're doing a lot of drilling, any CNC cuts that have multiple tool paths set up for them, a tool changer is the way to go. They auto probe off, so the machine knows exactly where they are in line. Everything that we have is on single phase power, 220 volts. This machine, the T-Series, runs off a 50 amp breaker. Comes with a standalone cabinet over here. That's powerful enough. It's ran by VFDs. There's a lot of all the drives are in there. Very robust drives. Comes with a hand wheel. You can jog it. It's unbelievable. All of our units come with pneumatic rollers on them, and we've got them on our 4x4 over here. This is our newest model of CNCs. It's a 4 foot by 4 foot footprint. So you've got 51.5 inches square of cut capacity. This is our SCA model. It's an aluminum T-track top table. You'll see the pneumatic rollers here on this. We can activate that. All of our machines will have an air compressor hooked up to it. And you'll see the pneumatic rollers right there. I don't want to break his fingers
I was
here.
going to see if you were going to catch his thumb.
Yeah,
I was going to catch that on video.
It's got it provides 600 pounds of holding power on each of those rollers. So any of your sheet goods is going to be completely held down to the table. This unit does come in vacuum table. This is our aluminum top. Everything, all of our machines have automatic oilers or manual oilers on the side, so you don't ever have to grease your rack and pinions. Any of your bearings, they automatically get oiled with 10W30 oil, just like you'd put in the truck. This unit runs off of 220 single phase, 30 amps. It's just beautiful. It's unbelievable. It does come fully assembled just like this. It weighs 1,348 pounds. So you will need a forklift to offload it, but for the size of the footprint, and it's got a 6 horsepower spindle on the top, it is just an unbelievable, powerful unit for such a small footprint on a CNC. All these Phantoms are assembled and made in Vanceboro, North Carolina. So we're happy to be another local company just like Klingspor.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Nick. I appreciate it. They have several other models. So if you're interested, go check out their website. And hopefully soon you might see one in a local Klingspor store near you.
I hope so.
Certainly the Hickory one. I think we're working out something for that. But go check them out. If you're unfamiliar, see, you also do something for yourself when you work a lot with makers. So tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I am Nick from Stated Woods Co. I do content creation, YouTube videos. I do run my own shop. I'm running a 5 foot by 10 foot T-Series with a rotary all the time in my shop. So yeah, check that out. We do a lot of maker retreats and maker meetups throughout the year. We're going to plan one for early spring this year, 2023. So we'll let Klingspor know. I think they're going to be a part of it, which is always grateful. So thank you so much to Klingspor.
Very good. Well, thanks, Nick, and thanks, Phantom, for coming to the show, man. It's been a great seeing you guys here. I know it's been steady flow at this booth, no doubt. I'm just glad we finally got a chance to talk to him. And you remember Eric from this morning. Let's go see if we can get a behind-the-scenes shot of Eric and doing his thing. Master at work, getting his eyes on.
Yeah, I know.
they're getting busy, so we're going to get out of their hair, literally. And make our way through.
So when did you get here?
So Chris with Amana, and of course there's one of your CNC doing his thing, talking to all the folks.
Great people.
You know, that's the really nice part about it being our show is that you can just walk in any booth anytime you want.
Yeah, so maybe you want to see this like you're one of the vendors. This is how they see it. They see these crowds just coming around, you know, wanting to talk. So I'll get out of his booth, get out of his hair, let him do his thing. And Kyle, he's nonstop over here. Every time I swing by, this guy's got a lot going on. So yesterday, we had some cameras. He wanted to mount a camera. So I let him use one of my micro jig match fit brackets. And so we've got the camera clamped there so he can see the crowds, and he's going to time lapse that eventually on his booth, or excuse me, on his probably on his Instagram. So Saw Stop over there doing their thing, and the Jet folks doing all they're doing here. They got a lot of different machines on display, ready and available to answer any questions you may have. Shaper Tools. It's our amazing customer service, taking care of the register side. So when you're ready to pay, they'll take your money.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's really different about our show is that the vendors. That's one thing that's really different about our show is that the vendors don't do anything but just talk to you about the products. They don't do any sales transactions or anything. Everything's taken care of for them, so that it frees them up to be able to focus on what your questions are and answering them properly.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a nice thing about it is it makes it real easy where you're not focused on trying to take money and all of that. And they certainly do a great job at getting those questions answered. For sure. And they are the experts on their tools, so it just makes sense to be able to have those in-house, getting those questions answered. We looked a little bit yesterday at George Orford over there. Still doing some stuff on that Rikon slate. A lot of machinery on display for sure. Rust-Oleum. Yeah, every time I try to get in there with that guy, I get a little interview with him. It's like nonstop. So we might try to swing back by, or we might just interrupt him now. I'm like a tiger ready to pounce. He's got two waiting, so we'll back up. New innovative products. If you haven't seen it, that new blade cleaning system is quite unique and does a fantastic job of cleaning up the blades. Bessey. I ran into somebody special who's trying to evade me. Oh, come on, John. Don't run. Oh, well. He doesn't want to be interviewed. So, good friends of the show. He's a super guy. Let's see what else we got going on around the corner. Yeah, there's still talking to some folks. Let's go see if there's any more sanders left. Mike?
I mean, while you're down that way.
Up. Home of the $49 sander. Looks like they're all gone.
Well, darn. You tried.
Yeah, it was worth the shot. All right, well, let's meander over this way, and we'll see if we can't see what's going on over in here.
Do you think you can make it to the carving area?
She was busy, and so was he. So
Gotcha.
let's see what we got here. So this is the learn to turn section over here for some woodworkers. Young people on the lathe. We're going to just go into it. We're just going to check it out. You know, I could probably turn something on that.
You ready?
Well, I'm kind of back here now. I feel like I'm trapped. So I've got to figure out how to get out. All right, we'll go this way. Back the way I came. Looks like he's using some jig there to using a hand saw, making himself something there. I believe he's making one of the mason beehives. Very cool.
And the Mason beehives were one of the things that people could actually make there and then take home with them. One of the
And
many
if you wanted
projects
something
offered.
to eat, we could stop and grab a bite, Mike, if you're hungry.
Nah, I'd rather see the carving competition right now.
All right. Now,
Oh, yeah,
you remember we were here yesterday, a lot of these tables were very empty. So today, a lot more stuff on the table. Let's just see if we can't check some of that out.
I think those shoes might be a little too big for her.
And we saw some of those yesterday. There's a few more of the wine poppers.
Oh, that's a lot more than yesterday, yeah.
Sorry, Mike, what was that?
Well, yesterday there was only 3 wine bottle stoppers, so as you can tell with Saturday, it almost tripled the number of entries.
There's a lot more ducks, too. A lot more cotton bark, for sure. Look at that. And you can see a lot of these have already gotten their ribbons. Well, that's interesting. Look at the detail on that one. Peekaboo, I see you. A few more pieces on this table, for sure.
You should get an interview with Dean from Oak Hill Iron.
It's getting a little crowded in here. It's a little tough to walk up and down the aisles. Yeah. Especially down on that end. So I'm trying to minimize that a little bit. We'll go this way instead. All right. A lot of stuff going on for sure here in this booth. And you can see we've got some of the Harvard Club represented here. So if you're in the area and you're interested in joining the club, certainly go to our club page. You can find out more about all the clubs that are available. But certainly at the show, you're welcome to come visit any of those that are here and represented. They'll be happy to talk to you about their respective club and learn more. So if you're interested in carving, marquetry, pyrography, scrolling, general woodworking, turning, I think they've got them all covered here, no matter what form of woodworking you're into. Even if you're just into watching woodworking, you can come and just be a part of the club.
And if you are part of one of the clubs in the woodworking and they're on our page, most of the time you will get a 10% discount as a bonus for being a woodworking club member. So check out woodworkingshop.com/clubs for more information about clubs in your area.
You can come over here and talk turkey. The Western Piedmont Woodcrafters got a few of their things on display. I remember seeing that on the tables over there yesterday. Yeah. Over here, drawing out patterns. Probably going to be cutting some stuff out of the scroll saw, I imagine. There we go. You know what, Mike? Let's go take a look at the. I don't even know what time it is. Let's see.
It is 11:42.
You know what? We should go take a look at the quilting show before we forget about it. What do you think?
Sure. I'm excited about the quilting show.
Well, let's go see about it. So this is walking out in the main hallway here. And I'll try to keep the camera steady best as I can. This is quite a nice facility here. Last night we had a little maker party
At the convention hall, which is nice.
at the convention hall in one of their rooms. On the other end, or another whole nother section of rooms on the other end of this big facility, that the quilting convention goes on during the same time as our show does. And so they told us we could come in and check. Welcomed by a wall of quilting. I think those are, what are they, swatches, squares? What do they represent? What are they called? Whatever they're called, there they are. So part of the quilting. It even smells different in here. It smells cinnamony and pumpkiny and so this opens up nicely in here, and you can see it is quite a display of products. So it looks like they've got a lot of things to get people involved as well. Different clubs, quilting guilds. They're also working with the young people, teaching the people the craft of quilting. And they got a variety of things going on here. I don't know what any of the terminology would be, so anybody into quilting, feel free to just chime in and let us know. But in the meantime, we're just going to go check out some of the stuff, meander our way through the quilting show.
There's so much to do and see at Klingspor's Woodworking Shop, Woodworking Extravaganza at the Hickory Convention Center. It's now the Quilting Extravaganza.
Stuff for everybody. I won't go up and down each of the aisles, but you can certainly see there's a variety of things to do and look at. If you're bored and you get tired of checking out the woodworking show, you come check out the quilting show right beside it. Yeah, it's all kinds of little
That's a lot
vendor
of quilts
booths and things going on down the aisles. So certainly a lot going on. Let's we'll walk down one aisle and then turn left and kind of see what all is going on the other side of this thing. Well, that's full scale over here. Now that's a sewing machine. I remember those, but holy moly.
So is that like the CNC of sewing machines?
It looks like it because she's programming something in, so I'm imagining that thing's gonna do it all. Looks like she's properly scanning the work to make sure it's gonna put the stitch where it needs to be. Look at me using proper terms and all.
Where's
Like I know
Mike
what I'm
Davis
talking
from the
about.
NC Woodworkers when we need him? He'd know all this stuff.
All right. Yeah, she's programming that thing in like she's about to just go to lunch and let it work for her.
Well, how cool is that?
She's doing that. That's the way that I'm familiar with.
watching my grandma do her thing. So let's go check it out. We'll keep rolling down the quilting show. Well, there's woodworking involved. So see,
Wait a
you can come
minute.
to the quilting show and learn about woodworking. You can figure out what kind of things you can build. These are shaker style hanging quilt racks. Nice.
See, Tar Heel Woodworks has figured it out how to bring both of the shows together.
That's right. We got it all. You come to the woodworking show expecting a virtual tour of the Klingspor Woodworking Shop 22nd Annual Extravaganza, and you wind up at a quilting expo. You've even utilized the quilting into bags, different crafts. So we're here to just showcase all of it, you know? Well, we've made a sort of a loop. Don't want to go up and down every aisle because there's a lot of things going on in each one, but they've even got little classrooms set up. They're doing demonstrations and settings to teaching people to craft. And a lot more stuff over here. So there you go. We have visited and toured the quilting. And so if you're bored, come check it out. If you're not bored, still come check it out. It's worth a walkthrough just to be able to see it. Well worth it.
Well, if you think about it, if you're into woodworking and you were a family member or into quilting, then this is a no-brainer weekend to come to Hickory, North Carolina, enjoy both shows in one time. And both of them looked free due to the fact that you didn't have to pay as you walked around.
Well, I think they let me get through because I had a camera. They do charge to get into the quilting show, but I didn't ask how much. But it's worth it, whatever it is, because it's supporting the local people and just helping them further their craft, just like it is us. But at the woodworking shop, we don't charge you to get into our show. We want you to come. We want you to enjoy. We want you to have a good time and learn to do more things with the woodworking community. You know what? We're going to get, well, we can't go in. They've got that door blocked. We're going to go in the back door. Is about all we're going to do for the live. You know what? We could meander back towards Morris Schlesinger booth, and we can sort of get prepped and set up for him doing his little demo coming up very soon. Which I think is coming up real quick.
Oh, you got about 10
And
minutes.
we're back at the Klingspor Woodworking Shop, Woodworking Extravaganza at the Hickory Metro Convention. This is the 22nd annual version of this event, and it is a hubbub and buzz of events all happening right here inside this hall. What a difference in the environment. We went from nice quiet like we were in a library, needed to be still and silent, to where now I can feel like I can yell like I'm at a racetrack. Because it's Saturday. You know what we need to do? We probably need to get him to tell us a little more about that, don't we? Or did we talk to him yesterday? I can't remember.
We didn't talk to him very long. He did turn it on and show it, but he didn't talk in the microphone.
All right, here we go.
Okay. You want me to talk?
We are here at the Jim Sander booth. Man, I'll tell you what, tell us a little bit about this machine. I know we saw you running it yesterday.
Yes. So we have an 11-inch sander, which is a time saver, which is the #1 use that people want with this tool. Our tool is weight-based, meaning the weight of the tool will do all the work for the operator of the tool. That way, everything is much easier and much quicker. Because the tool weight will stay the same all day long, your sanding levels will also stay the same. So I'll turn the machine on, and you put no pressure on the tool whatsoever. So now we have the weight of the tool staying the same. However, many hours you want to run it, and you don't run into the peaks and the valleys of sanding, which is very frustrating. It takes more time to finish. So this tool will work for the operator, where the smaller tools, sometimes you work for them, and that's not fun. And other exclusive reason for our tool, we feel, is not only does it sand, it finishes. So you simply just turn the tool off, lift it up, take your abrasive off. You would then put a white non-woven finishing pad on, place it back down on the surface, and now apply your oil and buff it into the surface. You'll use less oil, you'll spread it more evenly, and finish 60, 70% faster. And time is money, and with the labor savings, it pays for itself.
And you're not as tired at the end of the day because you're barely even touching that sand.
Absolutely. Nobody likes sanding. Nobody. And we want to make it easy for everybody.
Very good. So there you go. Well, it looks like you're getting a crowd, so you have at it. So there you go. That was the gem sander. And as you can see, that is an eye-catching product and quickly gathers a crowd.
Well, you know, if you think about it, what other sander can you talk on a microphone and sand something 11 inches in diameter?
No kidding. I mean, I would have thought you'd have had to like get on that thing and ride it just to control it, but he was just easily maneuvering it. All right, let's see what we got. They're busy, they're busy, they're busy. Dang it, it's impossible to find anybody who's not busy to talk to us. Non-stop, man. Everybody is busy, busy, busy. So, you know, we're here. Let's take a look at this for a minute. Because we, you know, we got a minute. We'll just work through the different CNC machines real quick. So with the Axiom, one of the things is they come with a handheld controller like this that allows you to easily operate and manipulate in the X, Y, Z, easily through the controller. You operate all of your tool paths and run your files all through here. Everything is controlled through this. So it makes it easy to know you can put your thumb drive in there and quickly and easily operate your different files. This particular model is the AR4 Pro. That is set up with a stand. It's got the toolbox. It's got the dust boot on here. And so nice little system. This will do the 2x2 platform very easily. And as you can see, the drawers have plenty of space. Lockable. So if you're at the show and you're interested in CNC, I believe there's a rebate deal on all the Axiom products right now. Coming over to the Shark. Since we've got both of them set up, let's just take a look. And you've seen some of the videos that we've done with the Shark. This is also operated with a handheld controller. USB would go right there. But the nice thing about the Shark, you can also connect a computer to this and operate this with a laptop or desktop computer, which is very nice as well. It lets you do a lot of control, along with everything from your computer instead of having to worry about an external thumb drive. Right now, all the Sharks are heavily discounted right here at the show. You have to come to the show to get that discount. This is not available anywhere else. We got a discount on them there. Plus, right now, they're a free spindle rebate offer. They're going to send you a free 2 horsepower spindle, which is very nice. And we do offer the Kreg stands as well. So if you're interested in one of these and you don't want to build a cabinet or a platform and you don't have something to put it on, we do offer the full line of the Kreg universal stand and the components to go along with that. Then there's the little baby Shark, also known as the Piranha, or formerly known as the Piranha. And, of course, the big monsters, which we looked at earlier. I figured this was fitting. You know what? Let me go see real quick. I don't know what time it is. Oh, we're getting close to the 1 o'clock. I was going to go down there, but it looks like Shaper Tool is busy. So we'll go down here to Morris, and we will turn it over to him for his 1 o'clock session. and watch him. Can't remember what his turning section's on.
Christmas
Mike,
ornaments.
you probably got that in front of you.
Yeah, it's Christmas ornaments today.
But we will come back and join you live again soon. This is Chris on the floor at the 22nd annual Woodworking Shop, Woodworking Extravaganza at the Hickory Metro Convention Center. Yep, this is yesterday and today. You don't have much time left, so if you're planning on coming, you better get here soon. So this is Chris signing off for this section, and hopefully we'll turn that over to Morris here in just a moment and be able to watch him do some turning.
You ready? I'm gonna go.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you can hear all right,
You're already mic'd up. You're good to go. This is already on.
we're gonna start just a little early because this takes a little bit of extra time. If you can't hear me, move in a little bit closer and I'll try to holler louder. What we're gonna do today is the Christmas bells and the teacher bells and turn them into Christmas ornaments. We have a lot of turners. This demo is supposed to be over at 1, but it'll probably take until about 1:20 or 1:30. So we'll have questions at 3. This whole project started out with a lady came by the house a couple of years ago with a little plastic bell like this that she got off of a artificial wreath to hang on the door. And she wanted a bunch of them made up so she could attach them to her Christmas presents. And they wound up going on Christmas trees. And then somebody decided they ought to have a handle on them. Okay, so we made a handle on them for school teachers. For 1 year, all the kids wanted to give their teacher a teacher bell. We remember that. When the teacher had the bell, you all guys are as old as I am. Thankfully, you're not as good looking, but anyway, that's how this whole thing started. Was like anything else, somebody had an idea, but it was how to make the bells. What's the procedure? You know, there's nothing written down. So what I'll be presenting is a way that I developed over the last couple of years of making these bells. And what's more important, I think, in the demonstration is not necessarily making the bell, but the procedures and some of the time-saving steps that have been developed that you can use in other projects, okay? And I'll point those out as we go down the line. Anybody ever made a bell before? It looks kind of simple. Try to make one the first time. Trying to figure out what's the right steps to make that thing. And once I finish this first part of the demo, you'll sit there and go, should have had a V8, right? Let's go do it. I'm just checking for roundness. If anything happens, if there's a chunk out of the wood or something, you can grab your hand and throw it away. If I touch it like this and I have that same deep fault in the wood, where's it going to take my finger? Straight between the wood and the tool rest. About that time is when I start using 5-letter words. Because if I'm going to use a 4-letter word, it's going to be plural. Okay? So if you're checking, your thumb will be thrown away. Okay? Watch the bell develop. It's going to seem weird the way that I do this, but you'll actually watch it develop. Here we go. Watch the horizon. We'll be doing the Christmas bell first and then the teacher's bell. I'm using a lot of bevel, so I'll have a cleaner cut. And right now it doesn't look like anything. Duh. Okay, you with me? Picture's worth 1,000 words. Just 2 strokes is all it took, and all of a sudden it became a bell. With me? Let's go. Now this is what I call a Christmas bell. Kind of like the bell that would be hanging in a church. And every church has bells hanging in them that has some type of device that the rope hangs to. Well, I put one on the top of each of mine, but it's kind of round, so you have to it's a stylized ringer, okay? With me? All right, so the basic bell has been turned. So now what we need to do is hollow it out. Whoops. As soon as I put it in the chuck, excuse me, guys. Give me a second there. Got a little ahead of myself. The nice thing about doing something like that, write it off to age. I passed 65, so it's okay. Let's clean her up real quick. We'll clean the end of the bell up. Watch the bevel. If I go in here and I don't have that bevel supporting the cutting edge, she's going to skate. And when she skates to the left, she's going to tear the top of the bell or the bottom of the bell off, which means I have to start all over again. Okay? Find the bevel. Okay? Bring it right on around. You'll never have a problem. You with me? Okay? Now, I'm a firm believer in a picture's worth 1,000 words, so I'm going to be doing a lot of pointing. Okay? The Queen's throne is. See the mark? Okay? With me? Any of you do any hollowing? This is kind of a beginner's guide to hollowing. See the bevel? I'm not coming in here. I'm getting over here where I have to use the bevel. If I don't, she's going to skate across and ruin the face of the bell, okay? You hear that? I've passed the operating envelope with that tool. You heard the vibration? That tool is actually about that long, but I've shortened it up. Of course, the shorter it is, the less vibration I'm going to have. But still, when I reached the peak, I started picking up vibration. I'm going to do it again with the second tool that I have to use to clean the inside out with. This scraper is about that long. I've shortened it up so that I'll have less vibration. I'm not going to be able to eliminate it. Okay? The wood won't let me. Let's raise her up just a tad. Now, I've worked this first third of the bell, and I'm picking up vibration. Can you imagine what's fixing to happen when I start getting closer inside? So hang on to your ears. Little bit more. That's exactly 3/32 thick all the way through. Anybody want to check it? If you're new to hollowing, one of the things to keep in mind is if you see shavings coming out from this area, you need to back up a little bit. Okay? All right, basically the bell is done. However, down the road, something has to happen so that I could put the clapper in there. I have to attach it some way. Okay? What I do is I drill a little hole that I can take Oh, you have to make it, by the way. So I can put that in a hole, and I can put a drop of glue on it and it'll stay there. If I didn't have a little hole down there, it could go anywhere. Okay? Tell me how long it took me to figure that one out. So if I do it now, it's going to save me a lot of time later. So it's one of those little tricks to think about a couple of steps ahead. All right? Tip jar is right over there. So let's drill that little hole while we got everything set, because it is very difficult to do it after you've taken it off the lathe.
Can I ask what speed you're running?
I'm sorry?
Can I ask what speed you're running?
Very fast. Okay? It's a small item. And I want as clean a cut as I can get. So I'm running close to 3,000. Okay, I put a little indentation there, just so I can set the wire for the clapper someplace where it'll stay. Okay? It's a little trick. If you do it now, it's going to save you a lot of heartache later. So we'll go through the sanding process real quick. Everybody loves to watch sanding, so I'll take plenty of time, because everybody likes to watch paint dry and grass grow, right? It's the same with sanding. But sanding is a pretty critical part in all of your turning. And if you go look at turnings that are on display, you'll see some beautiful items. When you start looking close, you start seeing these sanding scratches and blemishes. Somebody's taken a very expensive piece of wood, turned it into a beautiful piece of artwork, finished it beautifully, but they haven't sanded it to where it's nice, even texture, and it just pulls everything away. So I do take some time at all the demos to sand. It's not necessary, but it's important that you do. I recommend good quality cloth back sandpaper. Now, paperback sandpaper is great for flat work. I mean, you can buy it all day long at the big box stores. But you put paper in here and see what happens. The smiles on your faces, I can already tell you tried it. Okay? Cloth back paper is the way to go. You pay a little bit more for it, but you really get your money's worth. Okay? You have to really speak up so I can hear you. Okay, I generally start at 80. Depending on the project, On something like this, I'll start at 80 and go to 400 through the grits, stepping them up. On my bowls and what have you, sometimes I start at 60 and go up. I've got good enough where I don't have to use 12 grit anymore. Use 12 grit anymore. I don't have to use a grinding wheel anymore. I really came a long way. But that may sound funny. And a lot of times you'll see on some of this stuff that they have on YouTube where, oh, I start sanding at 220. I just wait for the day I'm that good. I've been turning for over 40 years.
You can't start at 220.
Well, I got above 12, so I guess I'm doing okay. But I find that one just a hairy difficult to understand. Of course, you know, that TV is a good thing. All sorts of miracles will happen there. And I've seen some horrors that I don't even believe. But just work your way up through the grits. You'll find the series that work best for you in the way that you turn. I generally go something like 80, 100, 120, 180, 240, 320, 400. My coarser grits are pretty close together, but I found that if I don't do it that way, when I hit 240, I start seeing these 100 grit scratches that I couldn't see before. So I'm saying, well, let's use a little 120 in there too. All right. So, but as you turn and as you travel your journey, you'll find the series that works best for you on the different projects that you use. And that's the right way to go. Whatever works best for you. And you got to remember, everything you say is being recorded. Okay. I just didn't want you back there saying a bunch of four-letter words and getting me in trouble. Okay. For all practical purposes, the bell's finished. We got something to hang it with. Now we're facing two problems. We have to get it off the lathe, and then we've got to sand the top. So we got to hold it some way. Once we sand the top, we got to figure out how we're going to put the hanger on it so we can hang it on the tree. So we've got a series of problems that are facing us. Let's see if we can't solve them and save you guys a step or two, okay? The first one is in your turning technique. I keep preaching bevel, bevel, bevel. If you want a good clean cut, you've got to be supporting that cutting edge with the bevel. All right, I've got that small top up there. I want you to notice how far to the left I am, just to try to get it cleaned up. Because if I come in here and start cleaning it up, she's going to skate. When she skates, she's going to go right into that chuck. When it does, it's going to take a chip out of that. Plus, it's going to take a chip out of my chuck, which I don't like either. That means I got to sharpen it again. Actually, it means I've got to reprofile it because I got to take the nick out. When I reprofile it, I shorten the tool. That makes the tool manufacturer very happy. Makes me very sad because I have to go to the wife and say, Okani chodai, I want some money. Okay, and she looks at me and says, don't make any more mistakes. Okay, you with me? Can you see how much bevel I'm using? I mean, it is right there. Now I can cut this off with a parting tool. What's the top going to look like? It's going to be pretty rough. But if I'm cutting through those fibers and I've got a supported cutting edge with that bevel, I'm getting a clean cut. Means less sanding. Okay? And I'm going to have an awkward place to sand. So I want to try to eliminate as much of that sanding as I can. Here we go. I got, what, a 1/4 inch that has to be sanded. Okay? How do I hold it to sand it? Too small for a vacuum system. Not enough area. Plus, I'm going to drill a hole in it, right? Way too small for cold jaws. Okay? I don't want to grab it with a regular chuck because it'll mar the surface. Right? I just sanded it. Any help out there? What happens if we think outside the box? Cold jaws will hold a bowl. Rough jaws will hold the bell, but it'll damage the wood. What happens if we marry them? Get rid of the jaws and just put the stoppers or the grippers in where the jaws used to be. That's a $20 tip. I saw it goes right over the jar. I can tell when I don't get a 20. Not only for this project, but you can feature smaller projects you're doing down the line that this will work on. Okay? All right, it's going to reach up here and bite me. Somewhere. Does that make sense? I've got a little rod here somewhere. No, it's a little bit longer. That one won't fit. It's a little bit too big. It will suddenly appear. Eventually, it'll run straight. Straight tore. Close enough. Boy, does that make it convenient? You want to try to do that by hand? We'll get it close. These are demo pieces anyway, right? Okay. We pretty well sanded it down. It's pretty obvious how we're going to drill the hole to put the hanger on it. We'll put a little dimple in there so we can drill the hole straight. Okay. A picture's worth 1,000 words. You with me? You ain't going to beat that in there without it bending. Okay? Work for you? Just to make sure it doesn't come out. Okay? So, we've turned the bell. We've got the hanger on it. We found a new way to hold small things. And now we have a way to put the clapper in there. Would you like to hold that string until it dries? I can just stick it in the hole and it's done. Okay? With a little bit of glue. But first, we have to make the clapper. Now, it's been suggested that you get little miniature Christmas bells, the little silver things that go dingy dingy, the little baby ones. Is that fun? What's the challenge there? Have you ever made a clapper? I mean, come on. I got to attach the wire to it some way. Would you like to turn that and try to drill that hole? We drill the hole first. Okay? Tip jar is right over there. How many of these did I make before it dawned on me? Dummy, because every time you try to do this, it goes out the side. Drill the hole first. Now, generally, I do these in a production run where I'm not breaking down and tearing down. You know, I'm making the bell, then I'll make a dozen of these clappers at one time. You know, I won't make them one at a time. It's too much setting up, tearing down. Okay. The hole's in the middle, isn't it? Can't go out the side. Okay? With me? Here we go. It's called The Show Must Go On. It's your bell. You make the clapper your way. Fair enough? The clappers are generally rough slugs of metal with a hole in them. If I remember when I went to school, they weren't marble or anything. You know, they were just a chunk of metal. So that's what we're going to make. Again, I'll cut it off rather than part it off, so I have less sanding to do. Okay. We have the clapper. They would have to tape this one. We've got the clapper. We got the bell. We got the hole for it to line up with. The only other problem we have is tuning the bell. And of course, that's the length of the clapper and the size. So we'll put I'll put it dotted. When I get ready to assemble it, I'll put a little glue on there. But you see how convenient that is if we do it to start with rather than later. And I can stick it in the hole. Okay. And I can put a drop of glue in there. Do not use, in the hole, do not use thin CA. When you try to put a drop of CA, it goes to the side and will stain the side. Use medium only. Another one of those tips. You drop a little bit of medium and it goes straight down. The CA, the thin CA will go to the side and it'll go run down the side and stain it. So I use thin CA here, but I use medium CA to go down there. Does it make sense? Now the clapper sits out there too far. So I've developed a technique to tune that. All right, to where it fits properly. You don't want to miss this part. Better than a tuning fork. Couldn't be better. Now that's how you bake the bell and how you tune it. Is that fair? Now let's go on and make a teacher's bell real quick. We're going to follow a lot of the same procedures, so we're going to go a little bit faster. The only difference is we're going to put a handle on it, and we're going to put a decorative ring around it. Okay? You with me? Let's go. Save time. I can't believe that Chuck decided that it thought it ought to come off. But only when the TV camera's going. That's the only time those things happen. We all know how I got here. I just adjusted that thing. Okay, here we go. Square at the bottom. Again, you see the mount bevel I'm using, okay? Shape the bell. You know, it seems weird starting here at the end, at the top of the bell, rather than starting down here. But if you start down here, you run into all sorts of problems. Okay? But if you start up here, down the road you go. You see that curve? That's not my hands. That's my hip. Watch my hip. You with me? With me? Throughout the entire operation that we've seen so far, you've noticed how many times I've had to take measurements to make sure we're accurate. Okay? Keep that in mind. That takes a lot of time to do those measurements. It's your bell, make it your size. Why complicate things? It's going to look like a bell, right? There's going to be a slight difference when we drill the next hole, because the next hole we drill is not only going to be the hole for the clapper, but it's going to be the hole for the tenon for the handle to go in. Okay? Let's empty her out. If my tool rest will lock down. Here we go. Again, I can't emphasize enough that bevel rubbing. Whoops. Let's raise her up a tad. Listen up. Going to the scraper. Pretty good. You might want to check that's 330 seconds all the way through. I didn't hear an I believe out there anywhere. We need to slow the lathe down when we're sanding. As a general rule of thumb, if I'm turning at 2,000 RPM, I start sanding at 1,000 and go down. If I try to sand at too high a speed, I'm jumping over any imperfections and I'm burning the grit off the sandpaper. I'm not cutting anything. So I have to slow down, okay? And if you're burning your fingers, you're spinning the wood too fast. Okay, we got it cleaned up enough to see what we got. Let's take this back down just a little bit more, being as how we're in the sanding phase. I've got to leave a lot of meat up here to try to hold down as much vibration as I can. Okay, because you heard it as it comes. Now, if it was thicker, that thick, you wouldn't hear that. So I've got to leave a lot of meat to support it. So let's get rid of some of that meat now that we don't need it. Again, look how far off to the side I am. And before we get too carried away, I need to talk about that hole that tenon goes in. And of course, that's going to be the same hole that the clapper goes in. Okay? So on this particular bell, what we're going to do is we're going to drill all the way through, because the holder for the tree goes in the handle. Okay? Okay, let's go clean through. Ain't got to measure anything. Okay, now we can finish sanding. You generally do that just as soon as you finish cleaning it out, but I jumped a step on us. But we're back on track. Watch that sand, watch that paint dry. I wouldn't do this if I didn't think it was important as it is, that you get that sanding right. Okay? And it's just my way of emphasizing its importance. Time to take it off. Take it off the same way. A lot of bevel. Try to get a clean cut. But we have to remember, we've got a hole through that thing now. Okay? So we got to watch what we do if this thing will fly off. Here we go. With me? Very limited amount of sanding I have to do on top of that. And we know how to sand it. We know how to hold it, right? Let's go straight to the handle, okay? Everybody reminds me I put it up there because if you don't, I'll lose it. Okay? That's on the test, by the way.
I spend a lot of time trying to figure out where else to set something down. I'm the same way.
How about the yellow handle? Little Osage orange. Little pointed live center. This is where you don't want one of them big ones. Pretend I just made it round. You guys got that part, right? Yeah. Okay. Now, what I generally do when I'm making these, I'll make a whole bunch like this. And I'll make a whole bunch like this. All that roughing is out of the way. The only thing I have to do is turn. Okay? And this is generally made out of what one fella calls, I used to call it scrap wood. He says, no. There's no such thing as scrap wood. It's just undesignated. Okay? So this is all undesignated wood. But you always have odds and ends after any project. The local cabinet shop has odds and ends that they throw out. 3/4 by 3/4 and above is stuff that you can really use. Okay? And if push comes to shove, you can always put it in the fireplace. Okay? All right. I can spend all the time in the world shaping that handle and make it fancy. But if I don't have that tenon right, I've blown everything. I make the tenon first. Once it fits, then I know I can spend some time on making the handle. But if I blow the tenon and it gets too small, I've blown the handle. Ask me how long it took me to figure that one out. Okay? So let's make the tenon first. Most all of you have had to fit two pieces together. So we're going to do the same thing. These little round skews seem to work really well for this. Okay? Notice how far I'm recessing that so it'll sit flat on the top. Okay, you with me? Close, but no banana. Okay, you with me? Fair enough. Now I can spend some time on the handle. I don't have to worry about fitting that tenon or breaking it off. It's so small. Okay. Let's leave it there. I'll try to remember this. Now, the small drive gives you just enough support. Okay, just enough that I can turn this. I'm going to do a little bit of, got another little tip for you here in just a second. Drop this down just a little bit. I find that my eye, and everybody's is different, that if that is close to that, it seems to be right. Okay? If that seems to be about the smallest diameter or close to it, it seems to be about the right proportion. Anybody can make a handle with a rounded top, but we're going to put a Dumenflitzer on top of it. Everybody knows what a Dumenflitzer is? It's almost the same thing as a thingamabob, okay? And it's kind of like a whatchamacallit. It just sets it off and makes it just a little different. Now, my spindle gouge has a bit of a point on it. Okay, most of them do, or today's. If I go to make this taper with this point, I don't have a lot of this going on. So I found that if I use something a little bit wider, it seems to work a little bit better. Okay, so I go to a small roughing gouge. These are all commercially available. I think they're 8mm roughing gouge from Sorby, is what they're from. But for small stuff like this, you really choke up on them. Okay. See, if I was using a big roughing gouge on a large column or something, I have a nice clean cut. It's kind of difficult to do with that spindle gouge, or it is for me. But this seems to give me a cleaner cut without all the ripples in it. And of course, you can have your teacher come up and hold that to make sure it fits her hand just right. Okay? Again, it's your handle. So you make it any way you want it. But I think you got the idea. The most important part of the whole demo is the procedure and how we can think ahead to save ourselves problems on the next step. You'll want to make 2 or 3 just to get the feel of it. And then you'll find where your break points are going to be at. And that's when you make a dozen and stop here and a dozen and stop there, and then pick it up when you break to change up whatever the lathe configuration is going to be. But you can crank these out pretty rapidly on a weekend. You got some time on Saturday or Sunday afternoon, whatever it is. And they make really excellent gifts for the receptionist at the dentist office or the mailman or whoever. And it's homemade, and you can't go to Walmart and buy one. And if you've got 20 or 30 people that you really need to get something for on Christmas time, multiply that by about $25 or $30, or make a bunch of Christmas bells out of undesignated wood. The wife, she sits over there and she says, "What are you making for Christmas presents this year?" I said, "Nah, I think I'll go buy something." And she says, "No, you're going to make something." And the reason she says that is she gets more spent on her at Christmas because I have more money to spend. So she says, "No, you're making stuff this year for everybody." I said, "Okay." But she still won't come clean the shop up. We came back off our honeymoon, and I said, "Honey, you going to come down and help me clean the shop up?" She said, "I don't have to do that anymore." She'd get off work in the afternoon, come down to the shop, start sweeping up. "Honey, you want to help clean up the shop?" "No, don't have to do that anymore." Something happens on the honeymoon. I hadn't figured it out. But just after it's over, But I will have to say that we've been married for, 6 weeks now? And we're still on our honeymoon. How many weeks have you been married? 18 years. Only been yesterday. That's it. We're still newlyweds. But I definitely know where the Queen's chair is at.
Happy wife, happy wife.
You got it. Okay. We've got another problem facing us. I've got to put the pin in the end of the handle. Okay? Now we know to take it off what I've got to do. We've been through that before. Okay? So I'll just
Thank you for watching. If you've enjoyed what you saw, please like, share, and subscribe so we can continue making future videos. Check out Klingspor's Woodworking Shop on all of your favorite social media outlets. Call us at 800-228-0000 or